Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission special meeting for October 28th, 2021. And we will ask all of the commissioners to come online, please, and for Ms. Fennessy to be prepared to do a voice roll call.
Thank you. I'll now start roll call. Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
And Commissioner Wiscombe is absent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. Now we'll ask Ms. DeBus to join us for preliminary matters. And the first one is any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of X agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have none.
Do we have any announcements or appeals?
No, we do not.
Thank you. And now it's back to the commission for review, consideration, and action on the October 7th, 2021 meeting minutes. Let's take a moment to go to those. Are there any changes, any edits that are needed from your review?
Madam Chair, I have one. It's just a typo. It's under my comments on page 8 of 11. About mid-page, the paragraph that starts with believes that sometimes in these conversations, the last part of that paragraph that says cease, I believe I said cease, C-E-A-S-E.
Cease operations to provide housing.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Escobedo. Any other edits needed from reading? No? Okay, very good. Is there a motion then to approve with that one correction? Commissioner Bonderson.
Good afternoon, Chair Schwartz. Thank you. I'd like to move this, and I'd also like to take a moment to thank Ms. Fennessy. This was a lot of work, and I'm very impressed how well she did. This is not an easy task, but just want to take this opportunity to thank her for her good work.
Thank you. Very good. Bonderson.
And the comments on Ms. Fennessy.
Any discussion on the motion? Very good. Ms. Fennessy, if you would rejoin us for a voice vote on that motion.
Thank you. I'll now start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Escobedo.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
And Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Very good. With the preliminary matters mostly out of our way, we still need to ask Ms. DeBus to rejoin to see if there are any members of the public who would like to speak to us on items not on our agenda today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for any members of the public that have joined by webinar, if you would like to make a public comment for items not on the agenda, please click the raise lower hand icon in the control panel. A red arrow pointed down indicates that your hand is raised. And at this time, I do not see any members of the public wishing to comment. Ms. Fennessy, have we received any written public comment?
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. We did not receive any written public comment.
Okay, seeing no one from the public who would like to speak to us on items not on our agenda, we're ready to move to our new item. This is our main item today, and here we have on the screen a description. It's the zoning ordinance amendments related to newly enacted Senate Bill 9. And I'd like to just highlight that the proposed amendments to Santa Barbara Municipal Code Title 28, and that is the coastal zoning ordinance, and as well will take up Title 30, inland zoning ordinance. The Planning Commission is going to review, we're going to inquire and propose amendments, whether as put forward by staff or recommended further amendments, and forward those recommendations to the City Council. So with that, commissioners, you can turn off your camera, and I'm going to ask staff to let us know who's with us today, both to make the main presentation, but also who's available for questions. And while we're preparing to do that, just a couple of housekeeping items. First, I have a hard stop time of 5 o'clock. Commissioner Bonderson has a hard stop time of 5:30. So we're really going to look to facilitate this to conclude by 5 so that there doesn't need to be a handoff to Vice Chair Escobedo for any kind of continuation. And then also, Ms. DeBusk, if I understood the time constraint for our representative from the fire department, is that a 3 o'clock time constraint? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, he will be able to join us at 3 p.m. to answer questions.
Right at 3. Okay, so in a couple of hours. So colleagues, if you could hold back your fire-related questions to 3 o'clock, and that will be the time, that will be good. We'll probably take our break then. When we come back from break, then we can ask those questions. Okay, so with that, I'd like to invite staff to join us for the presentation. I think that was Ms. Brooke. And let us know, Ms. Brooke, the other members of staff who are also with us now to field questions.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Happy to do that. And good afternoon, commissioners. Renee Brooke, as introduced, the city planner, manage the planning division for the city. And yes, I will say this is very much has been a group effort. While I'm here giving the presentation this afternoon, many staff from other departments and from within our department came together very quickly and have met many times over the last several weeks to bring this to you on in an expedited track, so far as having a special planning commission meeting. So folks who helped out, Brenda Belts, our project planner in zoning, very critical, drafted most of the language. So, and she is on the line here to help answer questions about details within the code. Allison DeBusk as well, helping Timmy Bolton, Tava Ostringer. We also have Jessica Grant from Transportation Planning available to answer questions, Adam Hindle from Public Works Engineering, and then as mentioned, Ryan DiGiulio will be joining us from the fire department at 3 p.m. So huge effort, really appreciate all their time. And then with that, we'll go ahead and get rolling. If you can go to the next slide, please. So the purpose, as Chair Schwartz mentioned, is for the commission to review proposed amendments to both Title 28 and 30 to cover the entire city's zoning ordinance titles to implement state legislation that was recently signed by the governor called Senate Bill 9. With that, we hope to conclude at the end of this meeting with a recommendation from the Planning Commission to the City Council for them to consider also in an expedited way. We intend to, at some point in the council's consideration of these ordinance amendments, to have them do it through an urgency ordinance. You know, the typical process with city council with introduction and adoption, and then typically ordinance amendments take 30 days to take effect, and we wouldn't be able to get the right combination of council meetings pulled together to have these ordinance amendments be in place by January 1st. So we'll be proposing to council that they adopt them in an urgency manner. I also just want to point out before I go too far along in my presentation that Senate Bill 9, like some other recent state legislation, will be effective on January 1st, whether or not we adopt local ordinance amendments. And I just want that to be understood. It seemed like there might be some confusion in the public that cities proactively allowing these types of developments in our community. We have concerns with the bill as written, but it does allow us to adopt some local measures in addition to what's directed by Senate Bill 9. And so what we want to talk about today is those measures that we're trying to build into to respond to our unique community. So with that, next slide, please. The summary of this afternoon, I'll first just cover what's in Senate Bill 9, just as a baseline understanding of the legislation, and then I'll go into our proposed amendments to respond to that, and then next steps. So you can go ahead 2 slides. So Senate Bill 9, as I mentioned, effective January 1st. If we did nothing, we would be subject to the state law on January 1st, both inland and in our coastal zone. The bill, all of the provisions of the bill only apply in areas of the city that are zoned for single unit residential use. That's important to keep in mind, different from ADU law in that regard. The gist of the bill is that it mandates ministerial approval of 2 residential units on single family zone properties and parcel maps for an urban lot split. And to sort of bring this down to plain speak, typically if we would receive a proposal for one of these types of developments, it would go through discretionary review. We would have a public hearing and we could apply subjective standards to it, but the state mandates that these must be considered on a ministerial basis and only subject to objective standards. And so that's where you'll hear, obviously, many local agencies concerned about losing local control in that way. Next slide is a map of our single unit residential zoned areas. So everything you see here in orange could be subject to the provisions of Senate Bill 9. The blue are other zoning designations, so cannot take advantage or use the provisions of Senate Bill 9. So you'll see there's still quite a bit of the city of Santa Barbara that is zoned for single family use. Next slide, please, are some statistics about those areas. So all those orange parcels amounted to almost 12,500 parcels. And then a breakdown of those, about 14% are in the coastal zone, 42% within all of our 4 types of high fire hazard areas, 26 of those, 26% within the foothill and extreme foothill. Those are in the Riviera, that area of the city. And then 34% of those parcels have a slope of 20% or greater. So these are just some statistics to keep in mind. So you get a feel for the types of lots and areas that we're talking about as we talk about these development standards. Next slide. So there are some areas that SB 9 explicitly excludes. So in addition to any property that's not zoned for single family use, any property that falls under one of these bullets cannot use Senate Bill 9, farmland, wetlands. So these are very similar to the exclusions for Senate Bill 35, streamlined ministerial processing of multifamily units. And then the next slide includes some conditionally excluded areas. And this is where I imagine we might spend a fair amount of our time today, is talking about the very high fire hazard severity zone. So these types of hazard zones come with some conditions. In Senate Bill 9, it refers to some existing state law. It's not new with Senate Bill 9, but it refers to it and states, Senate Bill 9 provisions cannot be used in these hazard areas unless your community has already adopted some type of standard or code requirement that more or less mitigates the hazards brought by these areas. And that's why in our staff report, we concluded through much discussion and consternation, because we have adopted building code construction standards that address structures in high fire hazard areas, we concluded that we cannot exclude those areas from Senate Bill 9. Again, there seemed to be some confusion when I was reading the public comment that we were trying to find a way to allow them to be, to allow these developments in high fire hazard areas, and it's very much the opposite. We tried in every way that we could to try to interpret it that we could not allow them in high fire hazard areas, and we weren't able to get there in our first reading of that state law. So that's How we've proposed these amendments is to assume that these developments could be allowed in high fire hazard areas, but they would be subject to not only fire code and building code standards to mitigate being located in that area, but we have some other limitations on these structures in the high fire hazard areas too, which I'll get into in a little bit. And then the next slide, also within Senate Bill 9, there is historic resources protection. You can't do these types of developments on sites that are within a historic district or on the state inventory, or on sites that have a landmark or within a district, a historic district overlay zone, or on a lot with a, within a landmark district overlay zone or landmark or a structure of merit. And next slide. Senate Bill 9 includes a few exclusions related to rental housing. So trying to protect if there's rental housing on the site. They, Senate Bill 9 cannot be used on sites that have existing housing with covenants that restricts the rents to moderate, low, or very low income. Any housing that's subject to rent or price control, or housing that's been occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years, just regardless of what income level or what the rent might be charged in that unit. In the next slide, Senate Bill 9 also mandates that rental of any unit that's created through this law must be rented for a period of longer than 30 days, and that there's a covenant recorded on the property to require that. So no short-term rentals created by this law. Next slide. So as I mentioned, there's many directives in Senate Bill 9, and then there's many times where it states and agencies may adopt other objective zoning, objective design review, and objective subdivision standards, so long as on the wholesale basis, those standards would not physically preclude construction of 2 units of at least 800 square feet each. The next slide, I'll talk a little bit about urban lot splits for context. It's not on your agenda today. For a variety of reasons, we focused on amendments to Title 28 and 30 due to both public noticing requirements and just where we were focusing our energy. We knew that those 2 titles had to go to the Planning Commission before City Council, so we focused our efforts on getting those ordinances drafted, and Title 27 trailed a little bit. But the plan is that the subdivision ordinance of the municipal code will be the place where we address urban lot splits, that portion of Senate Bill 9, and that will proceed directly to the ordinance committee. But we thought it would be useful for context that the commission understand the types of regulations, provisions that we intend to propose for Title 27 to respond to Senate Bill 9. So on the next 2 slides, it goes through a little bit of that. So we'd be proposing a new chapter in the municipal code 27.60. Couple of things to be aware of. In order to do an urban lot split under Senate Bill 9, the applicant would do it through a parcel map. It would be reviewed and decided on administratively, ministerially, just like these 2-unit residential developments, subject to the city engineer's review and approval. But we're building into the code that anyone who proposes an urban lot split must do that concurrently with an application for a 2-unit residential development. And the intent there is that we have a lot of standards built into the 2-unit residential development that are very specifically responding to the ministerial nature of that type of development. And we want to pair that with the parcel map so that because these lots through Senate Bill 9 can be as low as 1,200 square feet and qualify for the resulting lot, qualify for an urban lot split. We need to make sure they're developable and that they make a reasonable resulting lot at the end of the day. So that's one thing that's built into our proposed amendments. Also, this is from state law, and we'd be carrying this forward, that the parcel that's the subject of an urban lot split can't have been created by a previous urban lot split, and it can't be split again. So you get to do it once, just so that it's not multiple, over the course of many years, continue to split the lots. That's not allowed. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the state law mandates that regardless of your original size of your lot, you can't create one that's less than 1,200 square feet. And between the two of them, the smaller one can't be any less than 40% of the original lot size. Also, at the end of the day, when you do the urban lot split, you're still allowed no more than 2 units per lot. We're building in quite a few standards related to street frontage, access to these lots. We want to make sure that these lots aren't oddly shaped and just sort of shoehorned in somewhere. We still want them to have a logical, not only configuration, but just orientation, and making sure that there's access to these lots. And so that we can maintain some type of neighborhood consistency. So we have a lot of proposed regulations about how you get to the lots, where the parking's provided on the lots, what's your street frontage, and or if it's going to be a lot where it doesn't have street frontage, that there is an adequate access easement to the rear that meets both transportation and fire code standards. Okay, next slide. Then we'll get into our proposed amendments for the zoning ordinance standards. So circling back to those 2-unit residential developments allowed by SB 9, that's where we'll focus for the rest of the day. Again, amending both inland and coastal zoning ordinances. We will eventually, when council adopts the amendments to Title 28, we'll eventually submit that to the Coastal Commission for a local coastal program amendment, but the urgency ordinance can still take effect in the coastal zone until we follow up with that amendment process. So I wanted to make that clear too. Next slide, please. So as I go through some of these standards that I've pulled out from the draft code, I won't point out in every case, but want you to know that many of these standards may look familiar because we used what we have in many cases, what we have for accessory dwelling units, because we've been through 2 rounds of amendments to our code to respond to legislation regarding accessory dwelling units. So where it made sense, we built that into these amendments for Senate Bill 9. There's some areas where they have to be different, either due to the state law or because it just didn't make sense. In the case of accessory dwelling units, there's some very specific regulations about them. So just wanted you to know that was our starting point. We understand that as we work with these amendments, at some point we might need to come back and modify them, but this was kind of our best effort to try to get something to present and discuss with you today. So Senate Bill 9 does not have a minimum lot size for 2-unit residential development standards. So one could presumably propose it on any size lot. Again, it just needs to be single family zoned. The number of units, maximum number of units allowed on a lot that is using this ordinance is 2, and it can be either 2 primary units, just 2 standalone, or duplex type primary units, like you think of a typical residential unit. Or you could do 2 primary units and an ADU, and I'll have some graphics here to show this in a little bit, but just know that the maximum overall is 2 units. Parking per the state law is 1 space for each unit, except if the site is located within a ½ mile from a major transit corridor or stop, or 1 block to a car share. That's the same language that's in the accessory dwelling unit state law. And if you're curious to see that area that's encompassed by that exception, we can show you that in a map later. So if you go to the next slide, Mr. Bolton, this starts to show some of the combinations of how you can ultimately get to, you can get to 4 units. I think I misspoke earlier because I was talking about primary units, and I might have said you can ultimately only have 2. You're starting with your standard lot on the left side of the screen, and the blue unit here is maybe the existing lot. It's a single family home, pretty standard lot. You can add a second unit. You can have 2 primary units. You could go into the middle section, you could keep your primary unit, add another primary unit, and add an ADU, accessory dwelling unit. And then on the third scenario, getting to the maximum number of units you can have is 2 primary units, each of those with their own accessory dwelling unit, attached, detached. It doesn't matter in these combinations so long as there's no more than 2 units attached. So the next slide shows just some different scenarios. Let's say the lot is vacant, or maybe they're going to demolish the existing development on the lot and just build 2 primary units. They could do that. Someone could build 2 primary units and 2 ADUs. It's just showing it in a slightly different configuration. So you can see how these units can be attached or completely detached, as in the last example. 4 units on the lot through use of 2 primary units and 2 ADUs would be the way that you could get 4. Next slide, please. So this is where we use these regulations based on our accessory dwelling unit floor area limitations. It's on a sliding scale based on lot size. So we carried this forward to our 2-unit residential development, lots less than 15,000. With 1 bedroom or studio, max of 850 square feet. Lots less than 15,000 with 2 or more bedrooms, up to 1,000 square feet. And then lots over 15,000 up to 1,200 square feet. The addition we have here for 2-unit residential development is that lots in the high fire hazard areas, we're capping at 800 square feet, which is the minimum that we are supposed to allow by state law. And then like ADUs, all the floor area combined on the lot still would need to meet 85% of the maximum floor to lot area ratio allowed for the lot. That's complicated calculation, but it is another control mechanism that we have on existing single family development to just have the building somewhat relate to the lot size. And next slide, please. For setbacks, there are some specific setbacks called out in the state law. We're also carrying forward some setbacks that we believe are important to carry forward when we don't have discretion over much with these developments. So we have a blanket statement that these 2-unit residential developments need to comply with the applicable setbacks for the zone. But the state law does say we have to allow interior setbacks to be reduced to 4 feet. We're limiting that to just 1-story buildings and portions of buildings under 17 feet. That's again because we won't have discretion about many aspects of these buildings. We're trying to build in some buffers from neighbors and not having really, tall buildings within 4 feet of the property line. And then no setback if you're converting an existing structure. You can keep it in the same place. And then building separation, again, just to try to maintain some livability in these developments, the detached main buildings, so the primary residences, if they propose 2, need to be at least 10 feet apart, and then accessory buildings 5 feet apart. Next slide, please. Again, regulating height to the extent we can. These developments must meet the solar access height regulations, and that's to not overly shade the neighbors to the north. This is where we have some distinction between inside and outside the high fire hazard areas. So some more controls on the both the size that I mentioned before and the height. So just trying to get at the overall amount of construction. Outside the high fire hazard area, if there's an existing unit on the site, any new development on the site can be no more than the height of that existing unit, or 25 feet and 2 stories maximum. And then there's a regulation about 2nd-story plate heights, keeping those to 8 feet, and that's just trying to maintain some I don't know, standard dimensions and relationships from 1st floor to 2nd floor. And then inside the high fire hazard area, And the maximum height is 16 feet and 1 story. Next slide, please. So some other regulations that we're covering in these 2 codes in the Inland Ordinance Title 30 for habitat protection. We are prohibiting these 2-unit residential developments from within 35 feet of the top of creek or wetland or an environmentally sensitive habitat area. And then per our coastal land use plan policies, 2-unit residential developments in the coastal zone are prohibited in these ESHAs and the buffers as they're laid out in the LUP. And those are pretty clearly defined and mapped in the LUP. Next slide, please. So architectural design, this is where we largely took our current objective design standards for accessory dwelling units and carried them forward. And then, as I mentioned before, we may find over time that we just didn't foresee some developments or need to amend some of these design standards. And so we're aware that we may need to come back and revisit some of these things as we understand how they play out in real life. Next slide, please. So I want to spend a little bit of time on the coastal zone. Title 28, some of the provisions in Title 28 differ from Title 30, and in most cases are more restrictive, more conservative because of our coastal land use plan policies. Just like ADU law, Senate Bill 9 does not supersede the Coastal Act. It's explicit within Senate Bill 9. It says it doesn't supersede the Coastal Act. So a 2-unit residential project will trigger a coastal development permit for sure. So we know that we'll need to evaluate these projects against our coastal land use plan policies. And although we don't have to have a public hearing to make a decision on the coastal development permit, it still needs to be found consistent with the policies. And so on the next slide, I'll talk about a couple of these areas where it gets different in Title 28. So specifically, LUP policy 2.1-1 states that if a proposal would exceed the allowed density as mapped in the land use plan, it must be restricted to low-income housing. So we have built into Title 28 that if a 2-unit residential development would exceed the density, it just would, based on our land use plan as it's zoned for single one unit, any 2-unit residential development in the coastal zone, we would record a covenant on the property that one of the 2 units must be restricted to low-income households. And the next slide, again, just because we would evaluate these coastal development permits against our land use plan policies. There's some additional policies related to coastal resource protection, specifically habitat areas and buffers, as I mentioned, the environmentally sensitive habitat areas, and then our shoreline hazard areas, so bluffs or inundation areas and any buffers from those would be strictly prohibited from 2-unit residential development within those areas. And then because we have policies specific to public access and the provision of sufficient parking, 2 parking spaces would be required per unit in the coastal zone, different from inland areas where only 1 space is required per unit or 0 if you're close enough to a transit stop. On the next slide, specifically, Senate Bill 9 says that this ordinance that we're proposing to you today is not considered a project under CEQA, so we have not done environmental review for these ordinance amendments. And similarly, because these projects are processed as a ministerial project, we can't do environmental review on the projects as they come through. And then last slide is just the next step. So after the Planning Commission discussion today and the recommendation that you end up forwarding to council, we'll be going to Council Ordinance Committee. We hope on November 16th. At that time, we would bring Title 27 into the fold and be talking with the Ordinance Committee about all 3 titles. And then in December, as I mentioned, introduction and adoption, proposing the adoption as an urgency ordinance so they could be effective immediately. And then as soon as we could next year, process Title 28 fully as an LCP amendment to the Coastal Commission. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm, of course, available for any questions or follow-up.
Thank you, Ms. Brooke. Thank you very much. And want to also appreciate, Ms. Brooke, that you forwarded this PowerPoint to the commissioners earlier today. Let me ask you, will this be available for the public to view also on the city website after our hearing today?
Most certainly, yes, we do typically do that, and that's not a problem.
Okay, I think that'll really be helpful for the community as well. So at this time, colleagues, could you please come back online, and let's go to Ms. DeBusk to see if there are members of the public who would like to speak to us on this item today.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. For any members of the public that have joined by webinar, if you would like to make a public comment, please click the raise lower hand icon in the control panel, and I will notify you when it's your turn to speak. Everyone has 2 minutes. And just note that a red arrow pointed down indicates that your hand is raised. So at this point, we have close to 10 people with their hands raised, and I anticipate we'll keep getting more as we move forward. I am going to start with Alex Peugeot. Alex, if you unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes.
And Mr. Busk, would you please, excuse me, Mr. Peugeot, I'm sorry. Would you please also identify the next speaker so that they can be ready and we can keep it flowing? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. Our next speaker will be Carla Navarro Woods. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Council members. Planning Commission members, I'm sorry. I would like to say a few words in favor of SB 9, at least the intent of the ordinance. As in comparison to how the ADU process developed over the last 5 years, we have heard so much anxiety about ADUs, and when they finally got adopted, the result has been very positive, or at least minimal negative impacts out of it. We have, in general, everything that you read in the media, in the political scene, and from the candidates' forums, is that all of these great dangers of the ordinance itself. But one would hope that SB 9 will do for property owners what ADU ordinances did for renters. There are many guardrails built into the ordinance to protect existing neighborhoods and communities, like the 3-year ownership, the 3-year rentals, the 25% demolition, the protection of lower income existing units. And I have more questions than answers, and my 2 minutes are going to be up. So I would like the Commission to please go into the sizes of the units and the ADUs allowed under each unit, and the possibility of going over the 1,000 square feet after maybe a period of time, maybe 5 years after ownership, or some other provisions that will make a little bit of an incentive to purchase one of these SB 9 properties, because right now there is none. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Peugeot.
And our next speaker is Carla Navarro Woods, to be followed by Rob Fredericks. Carla, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, hi there. Okay, thank you for your time. The public conversation about SB 9 is intense. There's misunderstandings about how the proposed legislation will affect our neighborhoods, and impassioned sentiments about how our communities may be changed in the future. This is such an important opportunity to create a plan that will maintain our community values for cultural, historical, and biological resources, and preserve our quality of life. Please don't rush this process. Nearly 12,500 properties will be affected. Santa Barbara has been built on vision, community, and innovation. Good change does not happen quickly. As such, I respectfully request that this agenda item be continued to a future date due to the following. Number one, the state legislation does allow for local flexibility in setting specific design standards. What an opportunity. The proposed changes expand developmental opportunities by allowing more design thresholds than are specifically stated in SB 9. This requires a more thoughtful approach. Many Southern California cities have made mistakes in terms of expanded development. Please don't enable the same in our city. Two, the current commission and council is likely to change due to citywide elections next week, and incoming officials will not have the opportunity for meaningful discussions from the beginning and consider public comments ahead of their new term. Three, our community just needs more time to review the proposed changes so we can all achieve a higher level of comfort and compromise in the future direction of the city. We all know that meaningful change cannot happen within such a rushed timeframe. The public was notified of these changes just 2 weeks ago. Urban planning is not intuitive. The changes are specific and require some research for all of us to fully understand the impacts of those decisions. Please be part of the positive change that our beautiful town deserves. Please continue to vote. Please vote to continue this item to a future date. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro Woods.
Our next speaker is Rob Fredericks, to be followed by Sharon Byrne. Rob, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Schwartz and Planning Commissioners. Thank you for hearing this matter today. As Mr. Peugeot mentioned, the intent of SB 9 was good. It was good intentions. We have a severe housing shortage nationally, statewide, and locally, and we need to provide the housing that's needed, especially for those most affected, our extremely low income, and moderate income households. Unfortunately, this bill does have some flaws in it, and there were no affordability requirements put forth at the state level for the benefits that homeowners are now getting with this tremendous upzoning availability. And I would like to see if there could be some kind of affordability requirement on the additional units that would be provided under SB 9, like is required under the Coastal Act for the lot split. I think that would be a tremendous benefit to our community. I haven't been able to get clear answers at the state level on the ability to require affordability requirements, nor locally. But if the city attorney's office could opine on that, that would be great. That's all I have to say. As well, one more thing, I agree with a lot of the commenters. Written comments that I read about the high fire zone dangers, and that really needs to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fredericks.
Our next speaker is Sharon Byrne, followed by Steve Fort. Sharon, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much for holding this hearing today. We sent a letter to you yesterday from the Montecito Association with a sample ordinance in it that was developed by a statewide team with a lot of expertise in this. To Mr. Fredericks' point, SB 9 does not have an affordability covenant, but you could put one in. It is possible for you to do that because the language in the bill does not prohibit such. You could do something like a 30-year affordable covenant for at least moderate income level or low income, and that may help you to mitigate and kind of slow down the speculative land rush that's probably about to happen with Senate Bill 9. You also have the ability to look at serious impact and development fees, and those fees could also be used to provide for more affordable housing. Everything that you heard about setbacks is correct. You do have the ability to choose to make parking more consistent, where you could require an off-street parking space of 1 space per unit. So there are a lot of local control got taken away from the cities with this bill, which is why we worked really hard to try to stop it and then try to amend it. But you do have a couple of options here. With the high fire, yeah, that was really the hardest thing. We worked really hard to try to mitigate that. Your sort of only fallback now is that some local building official not designated in the bill could find that you cannot mitigate in a hazard area. And that could be high fire, could be a debris flow area, could be a flood zone. And therefore, you cannot do SB 9 types of buildings in it. So you probably want to get as specific about that as you can. Applaud the effort here. I'm so sorry that this got thrust on you. The bill was only signed 30 days ago. So you're moving about as fast as you can. And it will take effect January 1st, no matter what you do. So it would be better to try to be prepared in advance and mitigate for as much as you possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byrne.
Our next speaker is Steve Fort, followed by Steve Johnson. Steve, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Allison. This is Steve Fort. I am commenting today as a property owner on Grove Lane. Touching on one of the previous comments, I understand that and appreciate that this law becomes effective on January 1st. I am a little concerned that we are moving forward very quickly, and that there's a lot of stakeholders that should be involved with this. And I agree that you need to address this before January 1st, but perhaps there could be a little more public outreach, or perhaps the opportunity to open it up again early next year after you get the emergency ordinance in place. I think the public would appreciate that. Just jumping to the standards quickly. The 35-foot top of Bank Creek setback, that seems to me that it isn't consistent with the current zoning ordinance, which I believe only has setbacks specified for Mission Creek. Otherwise, it's on a case-by-case basis. And I would encourage being consistent with the current zoning ordinance and not coming up with what seems a little bit arbitrary 35 feet. And also I would add, I think it would be appreciated if there were provisions for exceptions to a creek top of bank setback, if that's the direction this goes, or at least a path forward for hardships that occur on legally created lots. Some way, so it's not just a hard and fast 35 feet, or you don't have any opportunity to pursue the benefits of this legislation. Again, if there could be some route for exceptions or a path forward for hardships, again, on legally created lots. Thank you for your time, and appreciate your efforts on this. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Fort.
Our next speaker is Steve Johnson, to be followed by Lisa Carlos. Steve, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. These comments are really a preface to comments I'd like to make next week when you discuss the AUD revisions. I believe the state is sending us a message. SB 9, SB 10, SB 35, SB 330, ADUs. And let's not forget SB 827. It failed a couple of years ago, but we're sure to see it again, 80-foot high structures anywhere a developer wants to build them, unless we start doing better on our RHNA goals. So I just, again, the state is sending us a message, and I hope we're getting the message. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Our next speaker is Lisa Carlos, to be followed by Linda Honigman. Lisa, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair and Commissioners, today I speak on behalf of the Riviera Association. The association is asking the Planning Commission not to allow SB 9 lot splits and added density in all high and very high fire hazard zones. We believe that even if there are building safety codes and new ordinance amendments in place, adding unrestrained housing density in fire areas will greatly increase the probability of loss of human life and destruction of property. In the past 60 years, 5 major wildfires have burned through the Riviera neighborhoods and inflicted enormous harm and destruction, including thousands of structures damaged or destroyed, many serious injuries, and worst of all, some fatalities. Such fires are predicted to come with increasing regularity and intensity. The CWPP states additional wildfires in the city, and particularly in high-risk fire areas, are inevitable. If we do not agree with the staff, we do not agree with the staff report's reasoning that the CWPP and quote, existing building codes satisfactorily mitigate fire risk. They do not. Today, there are thousands of non-conforming structures in our neighborhoods that, quoting from the CWPP, do not meet current building, access, and water standards and limit the ability of the Santa Barbara Fire Department to provide adequate structure protection. Additional housing density in fire zones only exacerbates existing hazards, making firefighters' jobs more difficult and adding more cars to already limited evacuation routes. We do not believe proposed ordinances take full advantage of the discretion allowed by SB 9 to protect people's lives and homes. Even with the proposed enforcement of smaller unit sizes, high fire construction standards, and parking and access restrictions, the increased density allowed through SB 9 lot splits and development in high fire hazard areas will be irresponsible, reckless, and dangerous. Please protect us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlos.
Our next speaker is Linda Honickman, to be followed by John Campanella. Linda, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Linda Honickman, Chair of the Housing Committee of the League of Women Voters Santa Barbara. We support Senate Bill 9's purpose and believe that the zoning ordinances can be amended to uphold local public health and safety protections, while also increasing the chances for affordable housing for all income levels of local residents and workers. The League believes that since Santa Barbara has been through many disasters recently, the community and experts should take more time to reevaluate the impacts of increased housing density. Impacts may include evacuation times, the number of first responders needed, access to water, etc. Therefore, in the interest of public health and safety, we recommend that the city's high and very high hazard severity zones be excluded from the lot splits and new higher density developments proposed by SB 9. We are pleased to note that 1 unit of the 2-unit development to be allowed in the coastal zone will be a low-income unit as required by our current coastal plan. In order to allow SB 9 to contribute to our much-needed housing production for local residents of incomes from very low to middle income, the League suggests that the city incentivize the creation of 1 unit of affordable to low or moderate income households in the inland area for each group of units that come from 1 original family lot proposed by SB 9. Incentives could include vouchers for student rent discounts, reduced fees for pre-approved designs, etc. Finally, we encourage planning staff and city leaders to determine the best locations for a variety of housing types that would better match the needs of our local families and workers. The above moderate income units may be easily accommodated by the unsubsidized rentals in high density areas and larger ADUs like the ones currently being produced. The remaining 5,000 units for very low to moderate will need more intentional planning, especially if we are to reverse the trend of younger workers and families being priced out of the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Honickman.
Our next speaker is John Campanella, followed by Fred Sweeney. John, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks, and thank Renee for the illustrations, which gives us a better understanding of what could go on a lot. My question is that it appears that the maximum square footages for both the primary and the ADUs are the same and being based on the ADU ordinance. If I'm wrong, I'd like to be corrected, and maybe there's an illustration to show what maximum square footage would do for the 4 units that are shown on those lots compared to an 85% maximum FAR. In the case of the primary units, if you're limited to, let's say, 1,000 square feet, likely you're going to have to provide a garage, covered parking in the areas, which could be 400 square feet. You might be left with 600 square feet of living area. I don't know if that's the intent or not. I can understand the ADU maximum square footage is being applied to the ADU units, but not the primary, especially if there's already an existing unit on the lot. What I suggest is perhaps you look at this 85% requirement maybe that's over and allow that to be the overall constraint and leave flexibility for the primary units to be square footages that are actually habitable by families. And lastly, urban lot split, Ms. Brooks said was going straight to the ordinance committee. I think it might be worthwhile to come back to the planning commission because urban lot split again, what's going to be allowed on those particular lots that are split? Will they comply individually with FAR for single family units, et cetera? There's probably a lot of questions to be asked on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campanello.
Our next and at this point final speaker is Fred Sweeney. Fred, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can, Mr. Sweeney. Go ahead.
Mr. Sweeney, you are self-muted. If you unmute yourself, then we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Madam Chair and members of the board, I will try to be brief. I sent you a letter with a lot of questions, and so I'm waiting today from the conversation to see if some of those questions will be answered. I wanted to cover just a couple of things. I know I get into the weeds and the details, but I know there's somewhere I learned in history class that somebody said the details are important to God. So 2 things. One is, if we have objective reviews of all of these things, like we do with ADUs, then I'm concerned that this notion of compatibility and this notion of neighborhood is right now under any of the ordinances we have very subjective. I've not ever been able to find a clear understanding of what neighborhood is or what the word compatibility is, and it's certainly not in the list of terms that were included in the staff report. And I think that's very important because of the other comments you're receiving from the Riviera Association, et cetera. We're not a flat city. The second thing that I'd like to bring to your attention is the issue of who is reviewing these objectives from the staff level. We have a very competent, highly qualified person right now that works with HLC and reviews a lot of things and has an extreme amount of knowledge of design, styles, et cetera. I'm not sure that we have that at the staff level for these things. Reading a set of drawings is a skill set that not everyone has. And I've learned that from my 10 years in the single family design board. And understanding design is not allocated to all architects. Some are good at some things, some are good at other things. So I'm concerned that we're going to leave a lot of objectives, and contrary to my colleagues, I have seen very poorly designed ADUs. So I would disagree there. And then finally, I understand that there is this need to rush this thing through. But quite frankly, we waited a whole year to get the ADU ordinance in place. And I believe that for a lot of reasons, many of us saw this coming for months and years. And now to run in the last few weeks, in 30 days, to try to force some through is going to be unfair, and particularly for all the speakers you've heard on High Fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you. We have 2 additional speakers, Mary Ellen Brooks, to be followed by Trish Allen. Mary Ellen, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Ms. Brooks.
Okay, thank you. My name is Morel Brooks, and I am the president of Citizens Planning Association. I came into the meeting quite late because I was having difficulty with GoToMeeting. So I'm hoping that some of my comments may have been addressed, during the presentation. I'll have to review that. CPA did send a letter, and it is in the packet for today. So I think you could review that to see what some of our concerns are. I think it sounds like, other people have the same concern as far as being concerned about the speed of this review. Our main concern about SB 9 has always been, and we have been pretty active in this, let's say in the last 6 months, we are concerned about the lack of affordable housing. And we do support the idea of having a ballot initiative in 2022. And we're putting our energies probably, to that type of situation. Okay, the other thing, as far as we always appreciate transparency, and we hope that this process will slow down just a tad. The other concern we have with that is if you pass some type of implementation, and then let's say this initiative in 2022 passes, you'd have to turn around and undo everything. So our basic plea today is just to slow down a bit. Let's hear what the city council has to say. Also, we did go to the city council legislative committee about opposing this. I believe they did pick that up in legislative committee. And because of that, especially, we need to slow this down. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks.
And it looks like our final speaker will be Trish Allen. Trish, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Busk. Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I think I'm going to echo a little bit of what you've heard from others. And certainly we can all appreciate the urgency to adopt a local ordinance that protects public health and safety. That's of utmost concern. Up against that concern is also related to adequate public outreach, community involvement. I would certainly like a little more time to understand the proposed ordinance amendments and to digest the state law. We were wondering if there could be possibly an interim ordinance that's put in place and, with the understanding for opportunities for public involvement. Similar to comments that you heard from Mr. Campanella, I have questions about some of the floor area maximums. It's not quite clear to me in the chart that's in the staff report in terms of what counts towards an FAR, a FAR of 85%. Is that for all lots? We do know that for smaller lots, that's a requirement, but for larger lots, we use that as a guideline. So a little bit more clarification in that respect. And I understand from Ms. Brooks' presentation that many of the development limitations are following along what we learned with the ADUs, but perhaps there should be some more flexibility. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
And for any other members of the public, if you would like to make a comment, please raise your hand using the button in your control panel. And at this time, I am not seeing any additional comments. Ms. Fennessy, have we received written correspondence on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Busk. We received 35 public comment letters that were distributed to the commission prior to this meeting.
Thank you to staff. As I have asked my colleagues to think of the questions you'd like to pose, I'm thinking from hearing all of the public commenters and some of the questions, specifically speed of review. Ms. Brooke, could you please come back on and perhaps summarize from a staff perspective why you think that this pace or sequencing of review is necessary, and if we did not follow this schedule, what would the consequences be? I think that education, is important for all of us.
Certainly, Madam Chair. So we're here before the Planning Commission today. This is really almost the last date we could get to planning commission and still get to council in time for them to adopt these regulations as proposed as an urgency ordinance. Other options that were suggested in public comment were perhaps council could just adopt an urgency ordinance, maybe more general. I'm not sure what that would look like in December. In the past, when we've adopted accessory dwelling unit urgency ordinances, it just tried to focus and carve out certain areas that we were concerned about that needed more study, but otherwise the provisions of state law would apply. I don't know if that's what the speakers were perhaps referring to. What we've tried to do this time in responding to state law in a much more expedited manner was to put forward what would be our urgency ordinance. And then if there are elements of it that we believe need to be studied further or refined, then we could do that through next year. But we did not want to have a period of time because there was much confusion when we adopted or when we were responding to the accessory dwelling unit state law. There was a period of time when the state law was effective, and then we had an urgency ordinance for a period of time, and then we had our local regulations, and it was so confusing for people that we were responding to like 3 different versions of the ADU law depending on where you were in the year, that we wanted to, if possible, set something out on January 1st that everybody is subject to at the same time and not have that lag time of state law goes into effect January 1st, and then maybe February we get around to adopting our local regulations, and then we've got this odd period of time again where people are subject to different rules. So trying to handle this one differently and presenting something that may be adopted as an urgency ordinance, but it's much more fleshed out than prior urgency ordinances for ADUs, and that we do have a lot of the provisions in place already. We're starting to learn how to respond to state law that requires us to do things on a ministerial basis. So we're getting a little faster.
Thank you, Ms. Brooke. Okay, who would like to kick off our question period to any members of staff? Commissioner Reed, please.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Ms. Brooke, I'm going to start at the top just with the general plan question. Ms. Brooke, are you available? So my general question is, does SB 9 supersede our general plan?
Commissioner Reed, it does in that we aren't able to apply the policies of our general plan because these, at least outside of the coastal zone, are processed just as a building permit. So they're ministerial, so we don't apply policies from our general plan. It's different in the coastal zone because there's that specific clause in SB 9 that says it does not supersede the Coastal Act. So in those cases, we can apply our LCP policies. Although
is there
ministerially?
Okay. Is there anything other than the Coastal Act that supersedes SB 9 locally for us?
I don't recall any other provision, if I'm understanding your question correctly. These bills tend to respond to the Coastal Act either by saying this does apply in the coastal zone. In most cases, when these bills have been coming through from the state, they've said that this does not supersede the Coastal Act. Again, being another state law, I think there's some deference to the Coastal Act through all these housing bills that have been passed.
Okay. And then in the objective for today in the staff report, or at least one of them, it per usual, it says that the Planning Commission must be able to find that amendments to Title 30 are consistent with the general plan. It goes on to say, and that the amendments of Title 28 are also consistent with the LCP. But if SB 9 does not, or our general plan does not supersede SB 9, then what difference does it make? Why must we find that these amendments are consistent with our general plan?
Thank you, Commissioner Reed, for that question. So maybe it's the way it's worded, but ultimately, in order for the city council to make a zoning ordinance amendment, they would need to find that ordinance amendment is consistent with their general plan. That's part of state planning law. So that is also why we've built in some of these additional standards that go above what Senate Bill 9 says. Just what's within Senate Bill 9 is because we're trying to be able to find these ordinance amendments consistent with our general plan and our local coastal program, which is why the affordability requirement is in the coastal, because there's that very specific policy in our LCP. So must find it consistent in order to approve.
Okay. So in a way, our process and the state planning law, as you say, it's really inconsistent with SB 9. Because if we follow that and we can't determine, if council or planning commission can't find that the amendments to Title 30 are consistent with the general plan, we're following one state law, but then we're in violation of another. They seem like they're in contradiction to each other.
Right, and I understand the conundrum because the bill is written to apply statewide and doesn't take into account that every community has their own general plan and policies that are responsive to the planning issues in that community. So if say the planning commission or the city council could not make the findings, could not find that these ordinance amendments are consistent with the general plan policies, then we would either need to change the ordinance requirements so that they were consistent. If there's something that's in there that you're struggling with, then we would either need to bring these ordinance amendments further along to be more consistent with policies, or another scenario is we don't adopt ordinance amendments and we just abide by Senate Bill 9 as it's written, which in our mind is even less consistent with our general plan. So, but I understand the conundrum you're in because it's tough. It's a tough position we're in.
And so, Ms. Brooke, if Planning Commission today determines that we can't find that amendments to Title 30 are consistent with the general plan, what's that mean moving forward? Or can it still proceed to ordinance and then on to council if we can't make those findings?
Commissioner Reed, that's a great question. So your commission could say in your recommendation to council, we cannot find these ordinance amendments consistent with the general plan or the LCP for these reasons. And we suggest that council consider this or that in order to be able to make those findings. I would advise you to do that rather than just say no, because it would give council some more context for why there's a concern among the planning commission and not being able to make the findings. Because we'd forward your recommendation to council either way. You'd be helping further the conversation if you gave council some reasons for why you decided one way or the other.
But we're not serving as a decision maker in any part of this, correct? We're just simply making a recommendation. It's up to council to make that decision.
Correct.
Okay. And then I understand that fire's coming on in 45 minutes or so, but I'd still like to direct some high fire questions to you. So let's see. Back to the staff report, it states that this ordinance is proposed in order to protect public health and safety to the maximum extent possible, particularly in the very high fire hazard severity zones. So,
Commissioner Reed, could we please ask Mr. Bolton to pull up on the screen the exact language or the page that you're referencing. I think that would help us and the public track to all the questions that are going to be raised. Is that possible?
Sure. Second paragraph, page 1. So my question, Ms. Brooke, is does staff believe that in what's being proposed in the ordinance, so reducing new unit sizes, adopting high fire construction standards, and I think increased parking and access requirements, do you feel that truly and successfully mitigates the fire danger in, let's just say, all fire hazard zones?
Commissioner Reed, I would say we've done the best, maybe not the best. We've made a great effort to try to add into these ordinances within the bounds of Senate Bill 9. And again, with the understanding that we don't believe we can prohibit these developments in high fire hazard areas. We've done the best we can to try to address other regulations that we're allowed to regulate. But no, I would have preferred that we could have found that we could exclude these developments from high fire hazard areas. That's an unfortunate, it's just an unfortunate determination.
So to that statement, Ms. Brooke, why is it ultimately that you can't do that? You feel you can't exclude SB 9 projects in high or just fire hazard areas?
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Mr. Bolton, if you could put up slide 35. This was something we just added later this afternoon in case this came up. So within Senate Bill 9, it references existing state laws, Government Code Section 65913.4, and I have a different number than you. So within the actual presentation, it's slide 35. So thank you. Senate Bill 9 references this existing government code section as areas where SB 9 development can be excluded. And it's kind of long, but ultimately the text that you see in red says this subparagraph does not apply to sites that have adopted fire hazard mitigation measures pursuant to existing building standards or state fire mitigation measures applicable to the development. And our interpretation of that is that we do have adopted fire hazard mitigation measures that are applied in high fire hazard areas. They have to meet different construction standards and defensible space requirements and sprinklers in some cases. So it was our interpretation that we do have those standards. And so the subparagraph to exclude high fire hazard areas does not apply to the city of Santa Barbara. And I don't know if Ms. Ostringer wants to explain it in a different way. I'd welcome that as well. But it ultimately comes down to this subparagraph of the California Government Code that hinges on that decision.
Ms. Ostringer?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Reed. Ms. Brooke actually explained it pretty well. The fire hazard mitigation measures that we adopted in our building standards are found in Title 22, and I believe it's Chapter 7, but Mr. DiGiulio, when he comes on, would have that more exact chapter to mind than I do. So Ms. Brooke does keep saying, this is our interpretation. It is fairly consistent with what other agencies, how they've interpreted this as well. It's unfortunate. I feel that the legislature is irresponsible in this regard, but when we take this forward to council, they may have, say it only, the stomach to want to fight this. So, but for purposes of this ordinance, we drafted it to the extent we could. using the SB9 interpretation and this language here in front of you to at least provide us with as much protection and limitation as we could in those high fire hazard severity zones.
And Ms. Ostranger, I mean, I disagree. The language is vague, and it doesn't, the CWPP and our fire mitigation measures, we're not specifically addressing doubling the density in our fire hazard zone. So my question is, what's the consequence, or what path do we set ourselves on if we just say no? Under no circumstances will we allow SB9 projects in any fire hazard area. What happens next? What are we up against?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, that's a very good question. As you know, under the Housing Accountability Act, if we preclude certain developments, we can be subject to an extreme penalty for every unit. I've reviewed SB9 and I see no penalty that associated with that. That doesn't mean that, you know, HCD couldn't take some action against us, or a private individual. But so that's the distinction that I see between the Housing Accountability Act and the silence that we see in SB9.
Okay, so let me repeat it back from my understanding. So there's, according to your research with SB9 specifically, there's no penalty associated with excluding SB9 projects in all fire hazard areas in our city.
There is no language in the code that specifies what that penalty would be, like we see in the Housing Accountability Act. So
okay, so is it that there's no language that specifically that gives a specific penalty amount or the conditions of the penalty, or are penalties not part of the document at all?
It's silent. So it's
interesting.
I guess the answer, it's an unknown what the liability would be, but whereas in Housing Accountability Act, we kind of have that known number. This one, it's silent. So it's a
great
assessment that council would have to make.
Okay, great. I think that's it for you, Ms. Ostranger, at the moment. I think I can save my other questions for fire. Well, Ms. Brooke, let me just ask you kind of the same question. So considering that our CWPP and our fire mitigation in these fire hazard areas did not foresee SB9. It did not consider doubling density. Sure, it probably considered ADUs, but it didn't take into consideration these extremes. How can we reference the fire mitigation work we've already done, which, to note, is far from being implemented, and apply it to an extreme such as SB9? There just seems to be a major disconnect there. It's you know, we just have, in the context of SB9, there's just a bunch of random fire mitigation measures that aren't directly applicable. It doesn't really address the underlying life and safety issues.
Commissioner Reed, I think that's a really good observation. And I imagine Mr. DiGiulio might be able to speak to this in more specificity, but you're right. We, council adopted the Community Wildfire Protection Plan before SB9 was adopted. We didn't anticipate, even though, I mean, maybe on the fringes we anticipated, but it certainly wasn't explicitly studied as part of that. But we do have construction standards that are applied to every project that receives a building permit in the high fire hazard area. So one could argue, as these units come online, if these construction standards are intended to do the best we can, given that construction will take place in high fire hazard areas, then you could conclude that we've adequately mitigated for the impacts. What we've proposed in this ordinance is that for development in high fire hazard areas, not only does the proposed development have to comply with high fire construction standards, but all existing development does too. So might require upgrades to existing development. Again, trying to build in as much as we can, we think, within the limits the SB 9 allows us. But I think that's a really astute observation you're making there, Commissioner Reed, in that the CWPP is not, doesn't necessarily take into account assumed density in the way that general plans or housing elements do. So it probably didn't get to that level of specificity. And that's where maybe Mr. DiGiulio can answer this question later, is how much did we assume or understand about density and the number of vehicles and evacuation in the CWPP.
Okay, great. We can just keep it at a high level for now, and we'll circle back on that one. So moving on from fire hazard areas, I wanted to just touch on affordability in Title 30 specifically. Some of the public comment and some of my research, it looks like other municipalities are pursuing an affordability component outside of coastal zone. Just in reference to some of the general plan policies you included in the staff report, in particular LG1, which prioritizes the use of available resource capacities for additional affordable housing for all the different levels over all other new development. So certainly our general plan sets a precedent to mandate affordability in the Title 30 ordinance. What are your thoughts on that? What are our options?
Great question, Commissioner Reed. I believe it was mentioned by one of the public speakers, and my understanding too in reading through the law, there's nothing in SB 9 that explicitly says we cannot require affordability for these units. It's silent on it entirely. It talks about having to rent the units for more than 30 days, so they're not short-term rentals. And we do need to have reasonable development standards such that it could develop 2 primary units on the lot around 800 square feet. Doesn't say they have to be market rate units. And I do understand, as Ms. Ostringer said, we do need to be careful and to not aggravate our other state agency, the Department of Housing and Community Development. I mean, this is all about providing housing, but we need to provide the right kind of housing. And just as we all know, we have regional housing needs assessment numbers that we need to fulfill. And we have a lot of moderate income housing that we need to produce. And so I'd be willing to argue to state HCD that even if we had an affordability covenant on one of these units through these 2-unit residential developments, someone might argue that's disincentivizing housing in general, but you could spin it that it's also incentivizing and producing the exact type of housing we need if someone could find it feasible. So it's a long way to say it might be possible. There's some risk in doing that. It might cause some concern at the state agency level and perhaps among some private landowners, but something that we could pass along if that's something you want to recommend to council for them to consider.
Great. Okay, moving on to historic districts or buffer zones. You also included some historic resource element policies, I think HR 1, 2, and 5. There you go. So it seeks to ensure that all development within the city respects rather than detracts from not only individual historic resources, but also the neighborhoods and overall historic character of our city. So I'm just wondering from your perspective, Ms. Brooke, how far can we take this with the potential expansion of our historic districts, or the expansion of buffer zones, or just the historic nature of our city? How far can we push this to restrict SB9 developments as much as possible?
Commissioner Reed, that's a good question. I do want to remind everyone, SB9 is only applicable in single family zones. So we do have some historic structures in single family zones. And so in those cases, those lots could not use SB9 or our local regulations for urban lot splits or 2-unit residential development. So there's that at least, in that all of our proposed historic districts are outside of single family zones, I believe, maybe with the exception of one. Most of them are in areas outside of single family zones. So we have that already built in, and then both the state law and our local ordinance would prohibit SB9 projects from sites that have historic properties on them or are historically designated. And then we do have another one of the standards in the code, which we have this for accessory dwelling units too. So perhaps for those resources that aren't already designated as a landmark or a structure of merit, but are on our inventory or have the potential for historic integrity and protection, we would do an analysis of that site as well. And that in Title 30, it's on page 78 of your packet. It's letter L, protection for historic resources. So this is one of our local amendments that we propose. Thank you, Mr. Bolton. And it's based on the standards for Secretary of the Interior standards. And so our urban historian, architectural historian will review any of these properties where, if we haven't already identified it as a historic resource, we would do this analysis.
Okay. Any other creative options that come to mind?
I mean, if future districts are formed in areas where there's single family zoning, that would be protected under the umbrella of the state law. It carves out historic districts. And anything that we designate into the future, this provision here, letter L, captures those that might not be formally designated, but could potentially qualify as a resource. And so that does get analyzed as part of the project. So I'm not sure what else you were thinking.
I mean, could we get away with designating the entire Riviera historic single-family district?
To do that legally and fall under the state law's protection of historic districts, we would need to go through our local process for defining a historic district and meeting all the criteria that a historic district needs to meet. It takes some time. We're currently right now working on the potential bungalow haven district. That's our first one. We're working with the neighbors right now on that one. So we haven't moved on to other areas yet.
How realistically, how long would that take in order to protect against SB9 projects if we started picking off neighborhoods?
They take some time because you need to survey. If we don't have current survey data of enough of the structures to get a sense of whether there's a grouping of historic resources in an area, and then defining your boundary takes some time. And then it's really the outreach to the owners, because we need, I believe it's 51% of the owners to agree to form a district. I think it would take at least a year. That's okay. Depending on the size, how many structures we're talking about.
Okay. Let's see, I think I have too many more. Moving on again from historic options. Let's see here. Will Title 27 for urban lot splits be considered by Planning Commission at any point? And why is it that Title 28 and 30 require our review, but not 27?
Good question, Commissioner Reed. So Title 27 does not require Planning Commission recommendation to City Council. Titles 28 and 30 do because they're zoning ordinances, and specifically state law requires that the planning agency, the Planning Commission in this case, make a recommendation to the governing body on amendments to zoning ordinances. Title 27 is not a zoning ordinance, so it doesn't have to go to Planning Commission. And so we focused internally, our staff discussions focused on Titles 28 and 30 first, because we knew that that needed to go to Planning Commission. So just backing out the timeline we had to try to get this done. So Title 27 trailed a little bit. That generated a lot of questions. So part of it was a timing thing. Part of it was understanding that we needed to get through this in one hearing. So wanting to focus the commission on the titles that required your action. If this goes to council and then they decide that, down the road, we want to refine some of these standards and we'd like the Planning Commission to weigh in on Title 27, they could do that, or maybe Ordinance Committee would even ask for that. It's not to say it couldn't be considered by the Planning Commission in the future, but it was a matter of timing and just trying to get the meetings to line up.
Okay. Great. And can we pull up page 14, letter D in our packet? I just wanted some explanation on this provision. I think you may have touched on this in your presentation. But where a local agency may deny a proposed housing development project if the building official makes a written finding based on a preponderance of the evidence that the proposed housing development would have a specific adverse impact as defined and determined in paragraph Can you just give a little color to this?
Commissioner Reed, I might need Ms. Ostringer to help me with this because I don't recall what the provisions of 65589.5 are. I think that's the definition of specific adverse impact, but my understanding is this would be a decision by the chief building official on a case-by-case basis in considering developments under SB 9, but I'm not recalling what that other government code there that's cited.
Right. Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, it's actually citing the Housing Accountability Act, and that's the one that says you can't deny a project unless it has a specific adverse impact to either public health or the environment, and there's no way to mitigate that that impact. It is intended in this case to be a case-by-case basis. I will say that as the projects come forward, perhaps in the high fire and the very high fire, this would be where we would go to.
Yeah, but we could go there today in the case of high fire, and rather make a recommendation rather than this being the obligation of the chief building official. We're just recommending it doesn't get implemented in high fire at all. Right? Because I think, Ms. Brooks spoke to this. She said she used language like adequately mitigating versus just mitigating. Like just having some mitigation in place doesn't conclude that that it's adequate to the area in consideration. So I guess this is a question for fire when we come back to them.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed. So this is intended to be a case-by-case basis as by the building official as they come in. However, yes, if you want to tell council, we don't like the high fire, we don't want construction in there, we don't think it can be mitigated, that's a comment that that you can make that would be brought forward to council.
Okay. And this also might be for you, Ms. Ostringer. It's on page 19. It's letter F. And I was particularly interested in limiting SB9 projects based on development moratoriums, including water or sewer moratorium, water and sewer moratorium. For instance, Goleta has a water moratorium. What does that do to SB9 projects, or what local control does that give us if we do have development moratoriums in place?
We don't at this point, but if we did, then we would have the ability to deny an urban lot split.
Okay. Good to know. So I think that's it for the technical stuff. Ms. Brooke, just a few more questions. Fees came up, impact fees came up in public comment. Can you touch on that a little bit? Can council, I don't think Planning Commission can really speak to fees, but can there be impact fees on these projects?
Commissioner Reed, so good question. So City of Santa Barbara does not have impact fees like other communities do. We don't have development impact fees. Many other communities collect fees, goes into a traffic mitigation fund or maybe parks fund that's assessed on every or most types of development. So we don't have that. The fees we collect are for the services we provide, processing planning applications, processing building permit applications, and then we collect school fees on behalf of the school district. And then we do have in lieu fees for inclusionary housing. We do collect those fees as well. So I'm not recalling in the public comment if that was the type of fee that they were referring to, or was it more like an impact fee, how those work, where development sort of pays the way for expansion of city services if these developments are causing the need to expand, extend water mains or extend roads or those types of things. That's what they mean. We don't have those in the city. It takes a bit of an effort to analyze those and study them and come up with a defensible figure.
And hypothetically, could we have development impact fees specific and exclusively to SB9 projects only?
I'm not sure. I might need Ms. Ostringer to answer that. It might be something to consider. So these projects would not trigger our inclusionary housing ordinance because of the low number of units ultimately produced. A rental housing inclusionary ordinance doesn't trip the threshold until there's more than 4 units proposed, I think. That might be something we could amend in the future if there wasn't an actual mandate that one of the units itself be built as affordable unit. It could be something that we could explore in the future to collect an in lieu fee. So it'd be more of like I guess a mitigation fee in that case.
And Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Reed, I can't really answer that question either. I think it's an interesting idea, and I'd want to research it before I gave a definitive answer on that.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Brooke, what's the maximum on-site parking that can be required for SB9 projects? I know it's pretty absolute for Title 28. What about Title 30?
Correct. So Title 28 in the coastal zone, our application of our LCP policies would require that 2 spaces be provided per unit. That's consistent with all other units in the coastal zone. Outside of the coastal zone in Title 30, we're referring more or less to state law, which is one space per unit unless the site is within half-mile walking distance to a major transit stop or corridor. And that largely covers the bulk of downtown. It catches some single-family zoned areas, but it does not capture most of the Riviera and parts of the Mesa, although that's in the coastal zone mostly. I think Mr. Bolton has maybe a map that shows that, or maybe I didn't. Sorry about that. I did not include that map. Mr. Bolton had created this great map that I neglected to include in here. If you're looking at these zones, oh yeah, sorry, you do have the map. Exempt from parking requirements. So the blue area are the single family zoned parcels that are within that half-mile walking distance to a major transit stop or corridor. So those blue parcels could presumably provide no parking for these units. Those in the yellow would need to provide one, except in the coastal zone, they'd need to provide two. So essentially what you're seeing like south of Cliff Drive would need to provide two.
Okay. And do we have any ability to say require two for our inland title as well? Or are we limited to one?
I need to look at the state law specifically. If it says that we cannot require more than one, then I would say we probably cannot, but I need to look at exactly what it says.
That'd be great to get that clarification. And then also, is there any way to eliminate parking exemptions for proximity to transit areas or car share services? So it's just particularly concerning in some of the areas where parking is on-street parking is highly sensitive, or the roadways are narrow, or whatever. It exacerbates existing issues. Do we have any recourse there?
So Commissioner Reed, thank you, Mr. Bolton. It's stated pretty explicitly in the bill, starting with letter C and then going down to number 1 that he has highlighted here. A local agency may require any of the following. So we may require off-street parking of up to one space per unit, except we cannot in these cases. And this is where it gets to the 1/2. So it's pretty clear in the law that we can't require more than one space per unit, and that we do have to exempt from parking those parcels that are within 1/2 mile transit corridor or cars.
Okay. Okay, I can come back to this if I have more questions later on.
Okay.
Last topic is accessory dwelling units, and just going back to your PowerPoint, which is helpful. It showed a parcel with the just a maxed out parcel, 2 primary units, 2 ADUs, either attached or detached. So under staff recommendations, what would be the total max units per SB9 project with a lot split? I was unclear if this was for each parcel or for the total project.
Great question there. So what this slide is showing is the 2-unit residential part of SB9. So no lot splits in these scenarios. We're dealing with the same lot, just showing different configurations of how someone could get to a maximum of 4. And the way they would get there, because you can't have more than 2 primary units, the way that someone would get to 4 is 2 primary units and 2 accessory dwelling units. I do have in the backup slide some lot split examples. If you want to see that, the outcome is the same. It's still 4 units. Mr. Bolton, if you can find those towards the end of the slides, thank you. So the end result is the same. It's 4 units, however you slice it up. It's the legislation anticipated lot splits I believe at one time it didn't have this limitation of 4 units total. But again, going across from left to right, if you're starting with the primary unit on the existing lot, someone does a lot split, they can build another primary unit on the second lot. They could build 2 units on the second lot and do an ADU on the first lot to get to 4. It can't get any more than 4. And in that example to the far right, where they've done the lot split and they've built 2 primary units, they can't do accessory dwelling units in that case because Senate Bill 9 is really clear in that if someone does an urban lot split, they can't also do an accessory dwelling unit because they're getting at 4 units just a different way. So, yeah.
Could I jump in, Commissioner Reed, on that?
Yeah, please do.
Could you go back? So really the lot split is just because there's no net difference in unit count. The lot split component of the bill is just giving somebody the ability to sell a lot. The only consequence is with the lot split, you've got to figure out what your setbacks are in a different way than you do when you have just a single lot, right?
Correct, and access, right? So in this example, we've split the lot front to back. So yeah, making sure
it could be more limiting with a lot split in terms of setbacks and access, and that, but we don't know that for sure because we haven't seen Title 27 amendments. Right, that's a question.
Correct. Yes. So, but we are in those amendments. Again, there's a provision in Title 27 that says that a parcel map for an urban lot split must be processed concurrently with a 2-unit residential development. So you are really seeing today what would ultimately could be developed on an urban lot split. The part you're not seeing is the provisions we have about how lot lines need to be more or less right angles and you need to be minimum street frontage. But what gets developed on an urban lot split is exactly what you're reviewing today, because we're going to make them do that together so that we know what will come out of this urban lot split. It's going to be subject to these same objective standards.
One more question on this. Could we require that any development under SB 9 mandatorily include a lot split?
Oh, I don't know, because there is the whole section of it that that allows just the 2 units.
I'm guessing not, but all right, thank you, Commissioner Reed.
And Ms. Brooke, probably last question here. Can we limit ADUs for SB 9 projects?
And by that, do you mean the number or size differently than our current ADU?
Is there a way to, here's my ultimate question, is there a way to reduce the total number of units on an SB 9 project from 4 to any number below that? It looks to me like, so the max is 2 primary units, correct, for an SB 9? And then you get to 3 or 4 by adding an ADU.
Correct.
The only way you get beyond 2 units is an ADU or a JADU.
Correct. And I would believe that we couldn't prohibit that just because we have the government code that dictates what we can and can't regulate about ADUs, that we have to allow them ministerially in certain conditions. So I think the only way we could, so we probably can't ultimately control the number of units that end up on the lot, but we can control the size and the distance and the height and try to get at it that way.
Okay.
Which is what we've tried to do. That's what we've presented is our best effort to try to do that.
I have something in my notes here. I don't know which page it's from. I presume it's from the packet, but it states that ADUs are allowed. However, local agencies are not required to permit an ADU on parcels that propose both a 2-unit residential development and an urban lot split. I don't have the context for that statement, so could you help me with that?
Certainly. So that, in that, is this, okay, thanks, Mr. Bolton. So I think that's in the law because at one time SB 9 did not have that protection in it, and there was outcry that these urban lot splits could ultimately result in 8 units on what's currently zoned as a single family residence. If someone did an urban lot split, did 2 primary units on each lot and ADUs. And so it was one of the later amendments to the legislation that added that provision that you can't double dip. You can't do an urban lot split and do ADU. You get to your 4 units one way or another, but you can't get to 8, essentially. So that had to be explicitly written in there to prevent, and that in that case, because it's very explicit, it says you cannot do an urban lot split and ADU. That would be the way that we would control that, but through regular 2-unit development on a lot, I think we'd have to continue to comply with ADU law and allow those, as we have been with single family homes for the last several years.
Okay, and remind me from the lot split slides, are you allowed to do 2 primary units on each lot?
Yes, you can do that.
You don't have to use the ADU ordinance to get there. You can do a total of 4 primary units.
That's correct. You can, yes.
Okay. But we are absolutely certain that you cannot add ADUs to that in the case of developing 4 primary units.
Correct.
You cannot get above 4 total.
If those lots were created as part of an urban lot split, then yes, correct. Right?
Okay.
You cannot do ADU.
Okay. I've taken up a lot of time. That's it for now. Thank you, Ms. Bruck. Thank you, Chair Schwartz.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. So it's almost just about 3, and we're going to take a 10-minute health break. And when we come back, we'll have our representative from the fire department with us. So whoever would like to go next, if you would please load up your questions first for fire. I didn't ask staff how much time fire has with us, but again, I have a hard stop time of 5 o'clock. Commissioner Bonderson, 5:30. So not that we want to shortcut any of this by any means. It's a very important exploratory hearing for recommendations. So when we come back at 10 after 3, we'll continue on with questions. Thanks, everyone. We're in recess. Reconvene the Planning Commission special meeting for October 28th, 2021. And in returning, we are coming back to the commission with questions. Commissioner Reed kicked off our question period. So I'll ask my colleagues who would like to go next. Commissioner Higgins, please.
Can we go, thank you, Madam Chair. Can we go to slide 34 of 37 in your PowerPoint?
Madam Chair, super quick, I apologize, Commissioner Higgins. I asked Mr. Bolton to pull up this slide because I misspoke at the very end, right before we took the break, in response to Commissioner Reed. I was speaking quickly and said that someone who does an urban lot split cannot have an ADU on the lot. It's not correct. They can have an ADU, but still maximum of 2 units on the lot. So they can get the 2 units through as shown on this slide, either in this combination, 2 primary units or a primary unit ADU. What I meant to say was they can't use the provisions of ADU law to get to 4 units on one of these lots. So I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
And before we come back to Commissioner Higgins, here's what I'd like to ask of my colleagues. We do have the fire department available now. Is that correct, Ms. Brooke? Or Ms. DeBusk?
Perhaps Ms. DeBusk is seeing him. I'm not seeing him in the list of staff unless he is waiting in the attendee wing.
Yes, he is available.
Okay, so what I'd like to ask the commissioners to do, please, so this is going to be a little different in sequencing. Please tee up your questions now for fire. Let's go through those while we have our fire representative available. And then Commissioner Higgins, for example, you're up next. If you would hold back on any other questions for the rest of staff, and we'll go to Commissioner Lodge and so forth. We'll all go through our fire-related questions and then release our fire department representative, come back and see where we are in the amount of time we have. Thank you.
All right.
So, Mr. Busk, do you have questions for fire, Commissioner Higgins?
Yes.
Okay, great. Mr. Busk, could you please ask our representative from fire to come on now then? And that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to ask Commissioner Bonderson, Commissioner Reed, Vice Chair Escobedo, please tee up your questions for fire. We're going to go right down the line, and that way we'll be able to excuse our fire department representative to go back doing the important work they do for us once we ask the questions. So Mr. Busk, if you could help us. There's Mr. DiGiulio. Welcome.
Hello, Mr. DiGiulio. I'd really only have one
Good
question for
afternoon,
you.
Madam Chair and Commissioner members.
Thanks for joining us. I understand the construct here that is we're borrowing heavily from the ADU construct of high fire and et cetera. So I don't really have any questions about that. It's kind of a policy question for our planning staff. But for you, when this is a Title 27 question, so when we're doing lot splits, urban lot splits, are you foreseeing, and you need to main, when there's a parcel map, subdivision, whatever, you're going to have the opportunity to improve access to these lots. What are your standards going to be in Title 27 as amendments for access to these urban, these new lots created with this new mechanism in terms of road width, driveway width, fire sprinklers, hydrants, whatever else you are going to throw at these things. So yeah, that's my question.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. So our same ordinance would apply to the lot splits that are in place now as far as access and water requirements that the fire department deem necessary, which come from the fire code itself. So for instance, if a lot split were to occur where the new parcel would be in the back portion of an existing lot, that back portion, depending on how far it is from the public right-of-way, would need to maintain a 16-foot width access way for our fire engines within 150 feet of the farthest portion of the structure. And then our hydrant requirements will remain the same as well as far as distance requirements from where the new proposal is. So nothing would change with our existing requirements.
What are your hydrant requirements?
It's 500 feet to the actual frontage of the new parcel, and it can be up to 750 in some areas.
So the new lot line frontage, or whatever the closest boundary of the new lot line, would need to be within, in most cases, 500 feet from a hydrant. Otherwise, they would be required to provide a new hydrant.
That's correct. And that's in place now for any new projects that are underway as well.
Okay. And what about sprinklers? Is that I know that's not a lot split thing, but are we talking about sprinklering new units under SB 9?
Yeah, good question. So regardless of SB 9, any new ground up construction in the state of California is required to have fire sprinklers in it, regardless.
Yeah, residential and commercial.
Yeah.
Okay. have you considered increasing access beyond your current subdivision procedures for driveway widths on these lots because of we kind of talked about this borrowing the ADU construct that Commissioner Reed was discussing, and now we're borrowing subdivision standards, but it's for a completely different world of potential development. So have you considered that a better way to handle SB 9 in terms of the potential density increase would be to increase your requirements by way of either hydrants or road width?
Yeah, we've batted around the idea a little bit. Most of the issues, especially in the Riviera area, is we are limited with existing access that's either public or private, and then trying to get a lot of projects to comply to the 16-foot width that are set back from the public right-of-way can be a real project killer for a lot of conceptual ideas.
Your road slope requirements, yeah.
Yeah, and our gradient requirement is 16%, which can come into play as well.
Okay.
We've had around the idea of a little bit of making those more restrictive, i.e. making them wider for some of these lot splits that might take place, but we have nothing in writing that would support that at this point.
You mean you haven't written that down just as an idea, or you don't think it's defendable?
Well, it's not codified now. The only thing that we can hang our hat on is the requirements we have now that come out of the fire code. There is a new code cycle coming up next year that this idea has gone into that hat to see if it's something that we want to look at. I will say that our access requirements currently are much more stringent than other jurisdictions around us. And the reason why is because of areas like the Riviera that have limited access as it is. So we're trying to improve those standards.
Well, we also border the forest, so.
Yeah.
So my limited experience with the building code, fire code, et cetera, is it puts me in a position of not reading those codes. I just call an architect, or I call you.
Yes, that's probably a good idea.
But my assessment, or at least my recollection, is the fire code is a fire code, and there's these provisions of the fire code. But at the end of the fire code, or it's the beginning, it's these are the provisions, except when the fire official, fire marshal says otherwise. There's discretion in the fire code for the local fire marshal to, or chief or captain to overrule or override these. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's that kind of gray area where it's the letter of the law versus the intent of the law. And that's where we have some discretion there.
And what's the right level of authority there? Is it the fire marshal or chief, or what's the right?
I think it's technically written the fire code official, which is either the building official or the fire marshal.
Okay, got it. All right, those are my questions. Thank you for joining us. I'll back. Do you want us to remain on for the fire department discussion, Madam Chair?
No, you can close out and then come back for your other questions. Commissioner Lodge, questions for Mr. DiGiulio? You're muted, Commissioner Lodge.
No,
questions for Mr. DiGiulio?
Yes, just one. On page 3 of the staff report, special location considerations, it says the state law that says that these 2-unit residential developments under SB 9 are not allowed in a very high fire hazard severity zone unless sites are subject to adopted fire hazard mitigation measures pursuant to existing building standards applicable to the development. As I understand it, those are already in place in the form of the state building code. Is that correct? That they would have to have these mitigation measures, the hardening of the buildings for greater fire resistance.
Commissioner Lodge, that's correct. Yeah, the high fire hazard building standards that come into play.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Those are my questions for Mr. DiGiulio.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonderson, questions for Mr. DiGiulio?
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for being here, Mr. DiGiulio. We appreciate you being here. I have one question, and that is simply when we talk about high hazard areas and the way that our code restrictions apply, is it really, I don't know what the word is I'm trying to find here, but is it really unacceptable, or is it frowned upon that we would regard certain areas in our community as different? Because I know that we always try to make everything equal and everything fair, but knowing how dense the Riviera area is and how concerned the community is about that particular neighborhood, could we apply more rigid regulations on that area and thus not apply what we're talking about here with SB 9, and yet allow it in the other high fire areas that are much more vast and the structures are not as close to each other and whatnot? Is that possible without a problem?
From my understanding, Commissioner Bonderson, is that SB 9 limits what we can not approve in the high fire hazard area zones because of the building standards and the fire mitigation measures that are already in place. Being able to say no to a project in a certain area, I would probably have to defer to the city attorney's office on that. But yet make it applicable in another area, I would probably defer to that. But the way we interpret it and the way that it's written is that right now we have no authority to not allow projects to be developed in those areas.
Thank you. That's how I read it as well. Is it possible to have Ms. Ostringer come in and we can discuss this a bit further? Hi there. Nice to see you, Ms. Ostringer. So from the legal standpoint, when we're trying to make our regulations applicable to our specific community, since it's so unique and it doesn't, rules don't just have a blanket statement here. Is it possible for us to apply this with unique variations due to the density in the Riviera versus another area of our community?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson, I think in a way we already do. When you look at the wildfire protection plan, it identifies different areas. You've got your extreme foothill, and then those are your triggers that I think that Mr. DiGiulio was talking about, that then trigger the special building and fire codes for development in those areas. And as Ms. Brooke mentioned, the way we've currently got the ordinance drafted is if you're proposing one of those 2-unit or extra units up in that high fire hazards area, the existing structure also has to be brought up to meet the current fire code. So in that way, we're trying to address it, because right now they're existing in some cases and not meeting that that fire. So at least in the way it's currently drafted, if you're going to partake of SB 9, you're going to bring the entire property up to fire code standards.
And do we find that to be worthwhile in the sense that we can't limit them from not applying SB 9 to their property, but on the flip side, it's going to ultimately force all properties to come up to full code?
I think it's worthwhile, based on our interpretation that we have to allow them unless the building official makes a specific finding that there's an adverse public health and safety issue, I think this is the best thing we can do.
And my final question is it possible to have that analysis done to ultimately place certain restrictions on higher density neighborhoods? Would we be willing as a community to exercise that so that some of the neighborhoods do not have the ability to apply SB 9, or is it out of our hands?
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Bonderson, that kind of goes back to Commissioner Reed's questioning of how far do we want to push it? How far does council want to push it with regards to the interpretation and what kind of risks they're willing to accept?
Okay, I got it. Thank you. That concludes my fire focused questions. Thank you both.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Vice Chair Escobedo, any questions for Mr. DiGiulio?
Yeah, just one follow-up on Commissioner Bonderson. Hi, Mr. DiGiulio. So when in the high fire zone, if someone was going to partake in SB 9 and they were going to build, I think I overheard correctly your conversation with Commissioner Higgins. If they were going to build from the ground up in that high fire zone, they were going to have to incorporate a sprinkler system. Is that right?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Escobedo. That's correct for the primary residence. The state ADU ordinance allows sprinklers to not be installed in just ADUs, but we still have purview over water and access standards. So any primary residence would need to have fire sprinklers.
And in SB 9, they could have 2 primary residences. Well, I guess up to 4 primary residences on the lot. And so would that mean if there was an existing primary residence and they would have to bring it up to code, that would include incorporating a sprinkler system for that residence?
Well, the high fire hazard construction standards don't apply to interior fire sprinkler systems. They do apply to the exterior construction components of the residence. So not necessarily, that's something we could talk about at the city attorney's office if we wanted to incorporate that into kind of the hardening restrictions that they were talking about earlier.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. Mr. DiGiulio, to you and Ms. Ostranger, I was just, so if she could join very quickly. Have your 2 departments talked about interpretation of Senate Bill 9 as it pertains to either the allowance or the requirement of local agencies' definition of fire hazard areas versus state definitions of high fire? And then vis-a-vis the ordinance amendments that are before us?
Yes, Madam Chair, that it's actually one and the same. So the way the Santa Barbara City's high fire hazard areas are defined, they are in collaboration with CAL FIRE, who is the state entity, and those actually need to be approved at a state level. So we go back and forth on what areas we deem to be in the high fire hazard area, and then that gets approved at a state level. So that's actually on the books in Sacramento as our defined high fire hazard areas within the city.
So, and just remind, I understood, I thought I understood that. I didn't recall, Ms. Ostranger, if we have formally received, I don't know if it's approval or some type of formal acknowledgement, I guess it would be approval, for our currently mapped, literally mapped high fire areas to be approved at the state level by CAL FIRE. Is that under our CPP or some other plan?
Yeah, Chair Schwartz, I'll let Mr. DiGiulio speak to that, but I do think the answer.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, Chair Schwartz, when our CWPP was approved by City Council, those are actually the maps that were approved by CAL FIRE, and that's what is recorded as the high fire hazard areas within the city.
Okay, very good. That's very helpful for me. Thank you. That was my only question for you, Mr. DiGiulio. Commissioner Reed, did you have questions for Mr. DiGiulio?
Yeah, sure, Schwartz, just a couple. Hi, Mr. DiGiulio. So I'm just gonna reference a CWPP note. It's section 2.9, page 42. It's really on evacuation. I wanted to ask you about that. So it says that factors associated with evacuation, such as human behavior, population density, overloaded transportation routes, visitors, vulnerable populations, et cetera, it goes on, may or make the task of any evacuation more complex, and any combination of these factors may significantly increase the amount of time it takes to execute an evacuation. So I just want to, if we can kind of consider that and reference that with some of these questions. My first question would be, do you feel that our existing mitigation policies and our current CWPP adequately addresses the doubling of our residential density in fire hazard zones?
And Commissioner Reed, in reference to this SB 9?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the good question. The CWPP was based off of what was current at the time. There was no forecasting for additional construction or development to happen in those areas. It was what was present, and that's where the data was driven off of to come up with those numbers and the different mitigating factors and the evacuation route map that you're referring to.
Okay, and so beyond the work you guys did at that point with what was existing, staff for this proposed ordinance has recommended a few additions. And so that's question on that. Does fire believe that those additions, so reducing new unit sizes, adopting high fire construction standards for SB 9 projects, and the increased parking and access requirements, do you think that those additional efforts successfully or adequately mitigates fire danger and life, I mean, most importantly, life and safety threats in fire hazard zones?
Well, Commissioner Reed, I think to answer your question, it's the best we're going to get. I don't think SB 9 is, going to improve the already clogged evacuation routes and some wildfire potentials that are in the Riviera, especially. I think the best because we're handcuffed by what we can and cannot do from the state. So I think the best we can do is to come up with these hardening measures of existing structures and try to improve on-site access for any kind of future development that might take place.
Understood. What do you think the realistic timeline is for the implementation of, say, the key provisions of the CWPP? Because there's been a number of public comments about that, saying 3 to 5 years out. What do you think?
Well, Commissioner Reed, I have good news on that front in that City Council approved an additional wildland fire service specialist here and $100,000 to help implement the CWPP. And that individual just started employment this week with the city. So we now have a staff of 3 and have prioritized the CWPP areas and projects within the CWPP to start implementing those. So it's obviously hard to project 3 to 5 years out with certain programs because of all the different outside factors that can come into play with that. But I would say that we are now hitting the ground running and we'll start to implement more of those vegetation management road clearance projects that are going to take place, and not just the foothill, but the coastal high fire hazard areas as well.
Okay, but considering that SB 9 takes effect regardless of what we do in just a couple months, and it's a ministerial process, so we just have to assume these projects get built quickly. The CWPP implementation or those key provisions of it probably won't realistically coincide with those first projects coming online. Would you say that's reasonable assumption?
Commissioner Reed, yes, I agree with that statement. Keep in mind that we do have projects that take place in the high fire hazard areas without the CWPP. Our annual road clearance that we do to maintain egress and exiting within the Riviera, some vegetation management projects that take place, and also obviously our plan reviews that we do for new constructions and the fire safety mitigations that need to go in place there. So as much as the CWPP is a great document to move forward when it comes to wildland urban interface actions, we do take actions now in those areas. So the CWPP is just kind of an added bonus to what's already in place now. Do I think that the CWPP will be completed by the time people start utilizing SB 9? No, but we do take measures now to try to mitigate as much of the wildland factor we can.
Okay. And just a couple other public comment notes that I'd love your feedback on. Would you say, this is coming from some of the public comment and just my own experience, would you say that most homes in fire hazard zones and in the public comment, it seemed more focused on Riviera, Eucalyptus Hill, and the foothill areas in particular, but that most homes in those fire hazard zones have not been remodeled or retrofitted to conform to current code standards? Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, Commissioner Reed, I think that's probably a fair statement. I don't have the raw data on that for the number of parcels versus new construction versus existing construction. That's why our office kind of pushes hard on defensible space for folks, and how we allow and how anybody in the public in those areas, building owners can call our office and get a defensible space inspection so that we can try to help the homeowners make their house more defendable, whether it's new or it's existing.
And just to, can you hear me okay? My headphones are dying on me. Okay. It is for non-SB 9 projects, the conformance to those codes for existing structures, that's entirely voluntary, correct?
Yes, we do have for defensible space, we do have a deadline of June 15th every year. We ask folks, because that's usually when fire season is declared in our area. So we ask folks to come into compliance with that. I believe we have, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think it's 8,000 parcels in the high fire hazard areas throughout the city. So we just don't have the staff to actually go out and look at every single one to make sure they're in compliance. But that does give us the authority to make homeowners come into compliance if we deem it to be a fire hazard in those areas.
Okay. And last question on evacuations. Some of the comments spoke to fires burning downhill, kind of that phenomenon in our community, I guess driven by sundowner winds, and just how that complicates evacuation logistics. We looked at that in the CWPP, but it speaks to the narrow roads and the long driveways and the dead ends and the slopes and everything. Is that a concern of yours in the context of SB 9 and increased density?
Commissioner Reed, yes, it is. To be honest with you, I irregardless of which way the wind is blowing, anytime there's a fire up on the Camino Cielo, or anytime in the lower foothill area, Los Padres Forest, it's a big concern. It's the Riviera and Mission Canyon, even all the way down to Carpinteria and up to Gaviota, has a long fire history. And a lot of us have lived through a handful of them. And so it's of concern in our office to add more density up there and to potentially clog evacuation routes and make it more of a life safety issue than it needs to be. And it's also a two-way street. As we're trying to get people out of these areas, we're trying to get into those areas. So, if you've been on a lot of those Riviera streets on any part of the day with just two regular cars, it's tricky. So trying to get fire engines up while people are trying to get out, you can imagine how difficult that is. So it's a two-way street for sure.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. DiGiulio. Very helpful.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Any other questions for Mr. DiGiulio before he has to return to his important work? Commissioner Higgins.
No, I don't. I just wanted to ask you, Madam Chair, point of order question.
Okay, can we go ahead and release Mr. DiGiulio then at this time? Okay, thank you so much, Mr. DiGiulio.
Sure.
Commissioner
Madam
Higgins,
Chair.
thank you again for making yourself available to us.
Sure, my pleasure.
Commissioner, yes, thank you. Commissioner Higgins?
Somebody I think has to leave at 5. It might have been Commissioner Bonderson. I don't remember. So if she wants to go first with questions, that's fine. I don't know how we're going to wrap this up though by 5:30. Do you have any suggestions on that?
Yes. So I'm the one that has a hard stop time of 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Commissioner Bonderson, 5:30. Vice Chair Escobedo is prepared to continue facilitation if needed. However, that would mean that there are just 4 commissioners left after 5:30. And the question is whether the 4 of you would be comfortable representing and wrapping up recommendations or some type of conclusive action. But you raise a very important question. It's been on my mind. I've had an exchange with Ms. DeBusk about this. Let's do this. I appreciate you pressing that question, Commissioner Higgins. Before, can I just get a sense from my colleagues about how you're thinking of the rest of the afternoon, given my hard stop time and Commissioner Bonderson's, and the fact that we need to get through additional questions and deliberation to recommendations. And I want to come back to, I'm going to ask Commissioner Lodge and Commissioner Reed to come back on, and Vice Chair Escobedo. I have some information from Mr. DeBusk. We may need Mr. DeBusk to come back on in terms of the calendar. So it's currently scheduled to go to Ordinance Committee November 16th, which doesn't leave much time for another special PC meeting. Let me first ask my colleagues, and then we may need to bring Ms. DeBusk back on. Can I just get your thoughts, please, and whatever you'd like to share or express? Do you want to start, Commissioner Higgins, and then we'll go right down the line?
I just think if we're going to try to do this today, we're going to have to limit our questions to 5 minutes apiece for the rest of the general questions. I can do that or something like that. And I can try to be as concise as possible with comments in like 5 to 10 minutes tops. So you may want to give us some guidelines or parameters in that regard. If we want, I don't think the continuance is going to be realistic given our deadlines. And I don't want, I would prefer to have us all together if we can, as much as possible for the balance today.
Okay. Commissioner Bonderson, I'm just going to go straight down the line if you don't mind.
I feel comfortable with not asking any more questions. I might have one, but I have to thank Commissioner Reed for covering everything that I had on my very long list. But it's left me simply with some recommendations. So I do want to have time to make suggestions. If in a perfect world we had time for a continuance prior to moving forward with City Council, I would have loved to have some of these ideas revisited if we could talk to staff again after they do some maybe background research and find out if some of these suggestions and recommendations are possible prior
Okay.
to going to council, but that's all I have.
Okay,
I don't know what we
Okay.
can do about it.
got it. All right, very good. Vice Chair Escobedo, your thoughts?
I like Commissioner Higgins' idea of limiting us in terms of time for questions and comments, and I'd be supportive of that.
Okay, Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no further questions, and I can certainly make my comments within less than 10 minutes.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, I'm good to get it done today.
Okay. Very good. So let's come back and who would like to, okay, additional questions. Let's do that. Commissioner Higgins. And again, I'm gonna really watch the clock then, since there seems to be an agreement about moving swiftly. So I don't want to offend anybody, but now that we've come to this consensus, I'm gonna watch for us. Commissioner Higgins,
Great.
you're up.
Thank you. Slide 34 of the PowerPoint. If we could look at that, and it's questions for Ms. DeBusk or Ms. Brooke. Sorry, it's the map that says SB9 eligible parcels. So maybe it's one further down. That's nope, one, keep going. The map legend is SB9 eligible parcels in high fire hazard areas.
It may be slide 34 that you're looking for.
There you go. Right. So this is gonna sound naive, but I just am lost here on coastal interior. And so we've got a coastal zone below, on the mesa below Cliff Drive. But refresh my memory, what's coastal interior? You're muted.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah.
I apologize. I was having some sound issues. Okay. Coastal interior and coastal high fire hazard areas have existed for a while. I'm not sure why the naming, perhaps when they first were formed as high fire hazard areas, it made more sense that one was more on the coast and one was more interior, but it's just what they've been named.
Those are not to be construed with coastal zone.
Correct.
Okay.
Not at all related, right?
Okay, and then back to slide. Where you have the percentages of the area of our city. It's 7 single unit zone statistics. Or it says 12,495 single residential zone parcels. And you're not going to have an answer to this, but maybe you can think about it and get back to us at some point. But I just want to know what's the realistic number of new lots or units as a result of this. So we have, like with ADU, not everybody did it. Okay, so same question. We're going to possibly, we want what's the realistic number, and then we're going to wipe out probably, looks to be 90% of the city, because it's either in a high fire or it's a slope or it's coastal, okay, or it's not single family zone. So taking away where are we with our actual number of, is the sky going to fall? How many people are really going to take advantage of this? Do we know what that number is going to be?
Commissioner Higgins, we don't, but we have started looking into that and we will know more. So we could do rough guesses like you're saying. You take
Yeah.
out some gross areas based on proximity to creeks or coastal bluff. We will be digging into this more as we get further into updating our general plan program EIR, because part of doing that will be needing to assume for potential housing build out what could likely be developed under SB 9 and ADUs and whatever our new multi-unit housing program may be. So we will get there in a more detailed way in the next 5 to 6 months.
So I'm going to blend a comment in here, Madam Chair, in the interest of time. It looks like, just from my sense of things, we have the footing to eliminate high fire or very high fire, extreme zones and our slope areas and our coastal zone by way of an affordability covenant in the coastal zone. So the focus of this ends up in San Roque, San Marcan, and La Cumbre. So in terms of speculation, if high fire is out, coastal's out, coastal interior fire is out, the speculators go towards these, for lack of a better word, historically blue collar single family neighborhoods in Santa Barbara. So that's what happens if high fire gets pulled out. And so I'm not sure what to make of that. Those are my questions for now.
Okay, I'm
Thank
watching
you.
the clock for
Yeah,
you.
you got it.
All right, let's keep going. Who would like to go next? And remember, you have like 1 or 2 questions. Okay, Commissioner Bonderson, you're up.
Thank you. This question is for Ms. Brooke as well. My question was, I was interested in following up on Mr. Sweeney's public comment with regard to the review board and how these types of projects will be reviewed. Could you just speak on that and give us a general overview of what that would entail?
Certainly, and I'll try to be brief. Thank you for asking the question, Commissioner Bonderson. So as I mentioned, we carried forward objective design standards into these ordinances and mostly what we already applied to ADUs, but we made them even more objective going forward in SB 9. Mr. Sweeney brought up the word compatibility. How does someone on staff make that determination? And we don't get to make that determination. Compatible is way too subjective. So if you look at the architectural standards proposed in Title 28 and 30, any general member of the public should be able to review that list and come to the same conclusion because they're pretty black and white. And that's what we do, and that's what we've been doing on our staff. So that's what we do here going forward.
Thank you so much. And would it still go to the design review board that's in that zone, or like if it's in a historical zone, or if it's in a single family, or is there just one that everything goes to?
No, they don't go to design review board. They come in as a building permit to staff, and our planning staff review them and determine whether or not it's a checklist. Do you meet it? Do you don't meet it? If you don't meet it, then it's a correction. You need to correct this on your plans.
Thank you. I just wanted to be really, really clear to anyone watching that it doesn't go to a review board. It's reviewed by staff, and that's why the objective design standard is followed internally, correct? That's what we're talking about. Okay, thank you so much. Glad to have that clear.
Chair Rito.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have just a few questions. So let me start with, in SB 9, it outlines an affordability covenant for 3 years, or no, I apologize, an occupancy covenant for 3 years that the applicant has to agree via affidavit that they are going to live in the unit 3 years after the lot split. Or, how does that process work? Who's maintaining the affidavit? Who's enforcing?
Certainly, good question, Vice Chair Escobedo. And so that's in the urban lot split part of SB 9. And so that would be in Title 27, that after the lot split, the owner needs to, or as part of the lot split, the owner needs to record a covenant or sign an affidavit. But they'll live in one of the units for at least 3 years, and that's to try to prevent speculation. We would monitor that, or we'd record it. We'd monitor it through enforcement, because over the years, as we've had different variations of ADU law, where there's been some owner occupancy requirements along the way, we've had covenants on those. We'll follow up if we get a complaint or if there's something very obviously, that would want to investigate on that.
And is it similar for the STR portion of SB9, that upon complaint, then we would follow up with enforcement? Is that how it works?
Right.
Okay. And I know because it's a state law, is there enforcement beyond the fines that we typically give for short-term vacation rentals?
Vice Chair Escobedo, so the penalties or fines that somebody pays or is subjected to civil or criminal prosecution is really determined by it's not due to state law that adds that extra level. It's within our internal enforcement mechanisms. If we're not getting the results we need through just administering fines, then we would refer it to the attorney's office and they may take legal action. But it's, at least as far as I understand, the fact that this state legislation includes it, I don't know that it gives us any more teeth. Maybe it does. Maybe Ms. Ostringer, if I'm incorrect, please let me know.
You're correct, Chair Schwartz and Vice Chair Escobedo. There's no additional enforcement mechanism that we'll get through the state law. As Ms. Brooks said, we'll do it at the local level. We usually start with letter, and then we go to fines, and then we go to criminal or civil litigation.
So, yeah, my concern would be, and I'll keep this brief, and I won't focus on this after this, but is that we're agreeing to provide them the incentives of SB9, states forcing us to. And one of those agreements is that it won't become a short-term vacation rental. So I guess this is a comment. I just have concerns about that. Is our current enforcement has not been sufficient, in my opinion. And so particularly for these SB9 lots, I'm not sure if sometime in the future we can be a little more strict or, yeah.
I'll offer maybe some hope, Vice Chair Escobedo, in that because these applicants' owners are signing a covenant saying, I promise I will not operate this as a short-term rental, they can't play like they didn't know the rules, like does happen in other areas of town where people will say, oh, I don't know, I thought I could have a short-term rental and I just didn't realize. And, this is be very clear to them, even when they sell the property, the subsequent owner will see that on their title. So it does help us accelerate, I think, enforcement matters when we have that legal document to point to. If it gives you any.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I appreciate that follow-up. And since I have both of you on, I think this is pretty much my last question, but what are if we were to deny someone in the high fire zone, let's just say we have a blanket stance that we're not going to allow any SB9 projects at all, what's the worst case scenario? One that comes to mind is that the property owner then sues the city and takes it to court, making the case that we can't do that and state law prevails even if in our local zoning ordinance it's not allowed. Is that correct?
Vice Chair Escobedo, yes, that's one thing that could possibly happen, and they'd request declaratory relief to say that our ordinance is invalid because it violates the state requirement about the high fire area.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I will say one of the things we do to protect ourselves is when we draft an ordinance, we say that if there's any provision of the ordinance that's found to be invalid, the rest of it is still okay. So that kind of if there's a little piecemeal that for some reason we lose on, we at least have something still in place.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Ms. Ostringer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions from my colleagues before I go to the few questions that I have? I'll just pause for a moment to see if there are any other follow-ons. Okay. Ms. DeBusk and Ms. Brooke, I have a process question I'm coming back to. If the council approves an urgency ordinance, whether it's exactly what Planning Commission recommends or a modified version, what opportunities are there then for both the council to continually review, as well as the public to provide, and I don't mean in general public comment, I mean specifically agendized, because as you've heard today, and I can appreciate this, there's been very little time for the public to digest, the complexities of the bill, and then of course the amendments that we have before us today. So, but I can appreciate why it's being fast-tracked, because if we don't do anything, then as Ms. Brooke already expressed, and as we experienced with the ADU laws, we have to follow and try to interpret, and applicants have to muddle through trying to understand state law without local ordinances to use as guides. So what about process so that we continue to have public involvement through an urgency ordinance and then potentially additional amendments?
So Chair Schwartz, I'd like to clarify what we're intending to do is bring both an urgency ordinance and a permanent ordinance forward together to council. Council may decide that they don't want to introduce a permanent ordinance. They want to just continue under the interim urgency ordinance because they have some concerns or tweaks that they want to make. So this kind of gives them the option. If they like it, we'll introduce the permanent ordinance, and then the urgency ordinance will go into effect as well to protect us. The problem we were running up against is that referendum period of 30 days that permanent ordinances have. So we couldn't get there in time to meet that. So we needed to cover with an urgency ordinance that's effective immediately. But to the question of public involvement, we can always change our ordinances. With the zoning ordinance, it just takes a little bit more notice to do that. But if council decides that after we implement something that it's really not working as well as we thought it should, or there's some other tweaks, they can bring it forward and request that it be amended.
Okay, so this gives me a little different understanding than how I assumed the process would unfold. So for November 16th at Ordinance Committee, what exactly will be agendized for them?
They will be looking at the permanent ordinance, and that'll give us some time if they want to get an understanding of where they want to go. So it will also help me and the rest of staff that's worked so hard on this to draft the urgency ordinance so it matches, the two would match.
Okay, I think that's very important for us all to understand, and the public that's been following all this and very interested and concerned. Okay, and then to Ms. Brooke, another process question. How does a new ordinance, an amended ordinance, whatever that ends up looking like, how does that dovetail with the timeline for our planning staff initiating a housing element update? How do those two come together?
Sure, Chair Schwartz. So they're different work efforts. So we would complete this work effort in some manner in the near-term future. We anticipate embarking on our housing element update soon. In fact, potentially going to council in January with that to ask them to initiate that process. So that would be the longer, slightly over a year process to update the housing element.
Okay, that would take into consideration the many new ordinances that we have that relate to housing.
Correct. That would definitely be background information and a feed into our potential build out projections as well.
Okay, very helpful. to covenants, and I hope I didn't miss anything, but inland. And as you've mentioned, and I don't think we have a slide here today, the significant deficit in the type of units that we haven't produced is in the moderate category. What opportunities, if any, if the council were to be interested, do we have in covenants for just the moderate income category in amending this ordinance?
Chair Schwartz, I think it was asked earlier too, just slightly differently, but in my reading of the law of SB 9, there's nothing in there that explicitly states that we cannot require these to be affordable. I think what it comes down to, and ultimately council's decision will be, do they feel comfortable enough mandating some level of affordability for some of these units without challenge by either state HCD, by saying that we're putting in governmental constraints against housing production, or private landowners that believe that we're, not allowing them to take full advantage of SB 9. So that would be the trade-off.
I understand. It just seems to me that over the past couple of years, maybe more like 3 years, there seems to be a coalescing of agreement from so many different constituencies, communities within our city, recognizing the importance of workforce moderate housing being a strategic priority. So if this is one way for us to facilitate that, ensure that, I would hope that it gets explored. We don't have time to do that today. All right, thank you with that. Let me just go over my questions. Oh, one last question. In your PowerPoint, the map of exclusions, I think the exclusions were identified on slide 16 and 17, but we have the map you showed us of single unit residential use with slide 14. I'm wondering if you have a map that brings that together. So single unit residential use or properties and the exclusions, sort of to look at the net properties that could qualify for Senate Bill 9. Did I overlook that in one of your slides?
Madam Chair, I might need help understanding. So this
maybe this is it. Maybe this is it. Slide 4. Is this the combined?
This is showing what parcels are zoned single family and which ones are not.
Yes.
Is this what you intended?
Well, but I was also asking about whether you've blended or incorporated the list of exclusions from slide 16 and 17 into a map that would show the further subtraction of properties that wouldn't qualify. No, am I doing the reverse? Hold on.
I understand what you mean.
Basically the net properties that would qualify for Senate Bill 9. That's where I'm going with my question.
If we mapped these 5 bullets here and took them out of that, just looking at this map, I don't think it would take out many properties. Wetlands, maybe some, but I'm having a hard time thinking of where there's wetlands in single family zones that maybe perhaps in the coastal zone. We don't have prime farmland.
And what about slide 17? I think that was a follow-on.
Conditional ones, and those are, again, because we have locally adopted construction standards to make these areas more or less developable. They're just not outright excluded from SB 9.
Okay, so really the map from slide 14 is, for almost all intents and purposes, the map of qualified properties, areas and properties. Okay.
The one thing that's not mapped on here is designated historic resources, but I don't believe we have many in single family zones, but that would exclude some more that you're not seeing here.
Do you have a sense of how many more? How would it change the map if with any significance, or you're thinking minor, a minor change to the
Pretty
map?
minor. I looked at it a while ago and it might be 20 or 30 that are designated.
Okay. Okay,
Um,
really, that's not much of a change. Okay.
Then we do the review on a case-by-case basis if there's one that's not designated.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you for your patience as I was kind of trying to push through my questions to find in my mind what the total net map would look like, and you've helped me with that. Those are my questions because my colleagues have been so thorough. So let's come back now. We have 45 minutes to wrap up with deliberations and recommendations. Would anyone like to lead us off? Commissioner Lodge, deliberation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll lead off. We had 35 letters from public comment letters, all of which express great concern about safety with increased density and the ability to evacuate. I live in a high fire zone, and I've had to evacuate 3 times since in the last 13 years. And it was easy to see how it could have been a disaster, especially during the Tea Fire. And I set up a virtual meeting with State Senator Monique Limon and a staff member of hers to talk about this issue. And the first thing she said, oh, well, they're banned in the high fire zones. And I had to explain that just because it said that, with the building code, that provision was statewide anyway, because it's in the state building code. And so all of the houses would be under that provision. And it had no consideration of, well, as you could see in the maps, the spaghetti of the streets in the areas with the high fire hazard zones and limited areas of roads on which to evacuate. I know neither she nor Assemblymember Steve Bennett voted for it, but it was passed. And I think that perhaps the state's legislature thought they were including a ban. Ms. DeBusk distributed a report on how all the media were reporting it as banning them banning SB 9 coverage in the high fire hazard zones. And it doesn't at all. So I think given that Commissioner Reed's questions is coming out that the SB 9 is silent on penalties and it's silent on affordability, I think that Santa Barbara should go ahead and ban them from the high fire hazard zones. Fire representative in the fire department indicated he had real concerns with this increase in density.
Commissioner Lodge, could I prompt you and just ask if there are any other key areas of the amendments before us today that you had particular comments on? And maybe I could ask Ms. Brooke if there is a slide that would help us move through some bullet points just as we want to efficiently wrap up.
Okay, well, I certainly am in favor of its adoption as an urgency ordinance. And those are really my main concerns. And some affordability would make it more palatable, SB 9 more palatable, and say safety for those of us that live in the high fire hazard zones, which when you look at the maps, it's a lot of the city. And there have been too many cases where people were not able to get out in time. And they died as a result.
Commissioner Lodge, what did you think of my idea? Should the council be interested in affordability in the moderate, this missing middle moderate income range that we've talked so much about in the last few years?
Whatever they can get into it.
Okay, Very good. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Who would like to go next with comments? And we do have our slide up in front of us to help us focus. Commissioner Reed.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I might miss something here, but I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm not able to find that amendments to Title 30 are consistent with the general plan, and that amendments to Title 28 are consistent with the local coastal program. For the Title 28, I just need more information, but it's very clear to me in Title 30 that it's in no way consistent with the general plan. So I also take issue that SB 9 supersedes our general plan while it does not supersede the LCP. I think it's important to state from the staff report that the general plan provides vision for our city's future, and it guides land use and development decisions to ensure the health, the safety, and the welfare of the community. In response to that statement, SB 9 is not a good vision for our city's future, and it absolutely does not ensure the health, safety, and welfare of this community. Under our historic resources element, SB 9 does not ensure all development within the city respects rather than detracts from individual historic resources, as well as the neighborhood and the overall historic character of the city. I think this is an important point. SB 9 and the double density it represents, especially using objective rather than discretionary standards, detracts from the historical significance of our neighborhoods and the overall historical character of our city. I respectfully disagree with staff's interpretation of the implementation of SB 9 in all fire hazard zones. So I would recommend that our city does not adopt SB 9 in any of our city's fire hazard zones. To provide some comments on that, our general plan safety element, policy S33, directs the city to continue to implement programs that actually reduce the risk of wildland and structure fires and minimizes the short and long-term effects of fires, including limiting residential development in fire hazard areas. So SB 9 does the opposite. It adds density in every fire zone, and it will increase the chances of loss of life and destruction of property. So I will never recommend something that puts people's lives at risk. And while I appreciate staff's recommendation to reduce new unit sizes, adopting the high fire construction standards, increase parking, access, etc., these measures clearly do not successfully or adequately mitigate fire danger and life, especially life and safety threats in fire hazard zones. So I would recommend to staff that Mr. DiGiulio's comments be noted in the minutes. And this additional mitigation, it was said that the additional mitigation is the best we're going to get. That SB 9 will not improve the already clogged evacuation routes and wildfire threats in the area. And given the unique nature of fire hazard areas, SB 9 makes fire danger more of a life and safety issue than it needs to be. So with all that said, if council finds that amendments to Title 30 are consistent with the general plan, which I cannot make the findings for, I'd recommend the following. That Title 30 amendments at a minimum mirror the Title 28 amendments. So 2 on-site parking spaces per unit, and that one of the 2 primary units per parcel must be restricted to rent levels affordable to low-income households. I might recommend very low-income households, but low income will do. I'd also recommend prioritizing new historic districts and buffer zones and their expansion in single-family neighborhoods. And lastly, I'd recommend adopting and maximizing development impact fees exclusive and specific to SB9 projects only. That hopefully covers everything.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Who would like to go next with comments? Vice Chair Escobedo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respect the comments of both Commissioner Lodge and Commissioner Reed. And I agree, I have concerns about high fire areas of the city and what SB9 could mean to those areas if it actually came to fruition. It's my belief that the effects of SB9 are vastly overstated. And as Commissioner Higgins had alluded to, I don't think that we're going to find SB9 having any real substantive difference in places like the Riviera. There was an analysis done by the Turner Center for Housing Innovation in which they looked at SB9 and its effects on single-family zone neighborhoods in the state of California. And in one of their analyses, they even looked at Santa Barbara County, in which they found 75,000, a little more than that, single-family lots would be affected by or would be eligible for SB9. Of those 75,000, a little under 2% of those would actually be feasible. And if you map that out to what that means for the city of Santa Barbara, if it was consistent with those findings for the whole county, and when this study was done, it was only 1 year of owner occupancy, and we're talking about 3 years of owner occupancy. So I would say that it's probably less feasible now. But if you map that out from the 12,500 eligible lots in Santa Barbara, we're talking about 250. And those 250 are not going to be in the high fire areas. And what we're essentially saying by saying we will not allow SB9 in the city of Santa Barbara is we're basically saying we're ready for litigation. We're ready to not have a say in how SB9 operates in the city of Santa Barbara, and we're going to defer to state law. That's basically what we're saying. And I think that's the wrong approach. I think it's irresponsible. I think that this law was written to address the exclusionary history of single-family zoning. And I think that's a noteworthy recognition. And I'm hoping that before we dive into the housing element, that this commission has some discussion about the history of single-family zoning. What I think this bill misses is any sort of relationship or stipulation regarding affordability. So Chair Schwartz, I like the idea of one of the primary units being de-restricted to moderate or workforce housing. I think that if we really take a look at this, and if staff really takes a look at this, that we're going to see it in a lot of those areas that Commissioner Higgins had talked about. I have some concerns about gentrification in more affordable parts of our city and what SB9 can meet for that, which is why I support the affordability covenant for one of the units. I'm really supportive of the owner occupancy covenant, and I hope that we're really strict about that. And I do have to say, I really don't like the idea of setting any sort of precedent of weaponizing the Historic Resources Ordinance. The spirit of the ordinance was to protect our historic resources. It was not to use it to undermine any sort of other legislation. If we want to really get rid of SB9, if we want to limit its effects on the city of Santa Barbara, then you know what? Let's get on the state ballot. Let's take it to the voters. Let's talk to our representatives, because weaponizing the Historic Resources Ordinance would be a very dangerous precedent to set. So with that, Madam Chair, I will support, and I can make the findings with the change of the affordability covenant for one of the units. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. Commissioner Higgins.
All right, Commissioner Escobedo, interesting, funny comment about weaponizing historic resources ordinances. Welcome to California land use. So CEQA has been weaponized to the benefit of NIMBYs for as long as CEQA has been around, and that's why we're here. So we've had a very conservative or anti-growth community here and lots of places in coastal California. So SB 9 is punishment for that. But I don't believe this ordinance in SB 9 is punishment that fits the crime of our slow growth and CEQA related environmental protection policies that have been in place in California for 40 years. I'll generally echo the comments of Commissioner Reed and say I support I think what Commissioner Escobedo was getting at, which is let's look at this in more detail before when it comes back. Okay, so we're going to do there's going to be an interim urgency ordinance. I hope council doesn't adopt this as a permanent ordinance. It's got to be emergency. We do have to really better understand the potential in the different neighborhoods after this goes to council. We don't have any sort of growth management related analysis of our water or sewer capacity. And so this whole ordinance and its potential is without any foundation, without any like real hard land use analysis. This is simply a policy discussion we're having today without a lot of homework. No disrespect to staff. You've done a tremendous job. I understand the borrowing the constructs here with regard to high fire and the ADUs. It's as good as we have in the short term, but we really shouldn't be treating these as ADUs. These are not ADUs. So borrowing the ADU construct is fine for now in an emergency ordinance, but long term, we just really need to better understand what the reality is. The reality as I see it, in this intensity of density is going to be focused in San Roque, San Marcan, La Cumbre. You have the availability of the Upper East on this map, but that's not going to happen. The speculators aren't going to buy up the Upper East. They will buy up maybe the Upper West Side of San Roque, and so if in fact the high fire zones are excluded. So for that reason, I don't support excluding the high fire zones. I think we have to think regionally when we're doing land use planning. It's not just the city that's absorbing this law as well. Part of our analysis we need to understand what the county's doing in parts of the neighborhoods that touch the city of Santa Barbara, and then regionally, and understand how SB 9 is really going to be absorbed by everybody, so that we can really better understand what the real growth is going to come to these neighborhoods, so that we can then mitigate it with impact fees. So, like I said, support most of what Commissioner Reed said, but I don't support excluding the high fire zones at this point. If council needs to encumber this emergency ordinance with, in the interim, with a low income requirement, and that will have the effect of cooling off investors, then I support that. But at this point, I can't make the finding, and I'll just go back to the staff report. It's pretty clear. HR 2, ensure respectful and compatible development. That does talk about historic districts or neighborhoods with a capital H, but it extends out to as well as the neighborhood and the overall historic character of the city. So we can use HR 2 to, I can use HR 2 at least to not make the findings today, And ER3, it says, in addition to promoting reduced unit size, building footprints, and GHG emissions and energy conservation, promote the use of more sustainable building and landscaping materials and methods. We have, yeah, I don't find that ER3 supports that. So those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if Commissioner Bonderson, Commissioner Bonderson, would you be ready to come on? And Vice Chair Escobedo has his hand up again.
I wouldn't mind if both Vice Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Lodge have their turns first. Let them finish what their thoughts are, and then I can conclude after they are finished.
Vice Chair Escobedo, please. Okay, Commissioner Bonderson, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson, and thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my the comment that I would add following Commissioner Higgins is, you know, when you bring up water capacity and sewage capacity, and we get into these discussions about why not to increase density, and again, I do have concerns about in the high fire zone. I don't think SB9 though is going to really have a substantive impact there. I explained why, but what this bill gets to the heart of, as you mentioned, Commissioner Higgins, is we have not developed enough housing, and we've in fact impeded developing housing. And what I would like for a discussion is, it shouldn't be in the areas where we currently have multi-unit housing zoned for, which happens to be the more affordable areas, except for downtown, on the east and west side. And why should those neighborhoods carry the brunt of where we are going to meet our RHNA numbers? I think we need to start really thinking about equity in that sense. And I think really what's more likely than Senate Bill 9 and these lot splits and these multiple primary residences with ADUs, I think it's honestly more likely that a person looks at SB 9 and just looks at it and thinks, wow, that's a headache, and decides rather to demolish their current single family home and put a bigger one there. I really think that that's more likely, and probably more lucrative for them in the long run. So with that, Madam Chair, my comments stand. I can still support it and make the findings. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lodge, additional comments before we go to Commissioner Bonderson?
I just wanted to, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make it clear that I support the amendments that have been proposed by staff, so that there's some sort of control, whatever control the city can have, in addition to the affordability requirement and the ban in the high fire zones. The city, with the AUD ordinance, tripled the density that was allowed, and by certain other measures increased it even more. And hundreds of units have been built since the AUD ordinance have been built. And so I don't think it is not true to say the city has tried to stifle the building of housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonderson, comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have my list. I'm going to go as quickly as I can. And I just want to start by saying, since we've heard multiple times today that the bill is ultimately silent on affordability, I think, like my fellow commissioners, that we should just move forward on language that supports the ability to encourage extra low, low, and moderate income units, ultimately to if someone wants to have this type of development, that they have to follow these rules to help us have more of our moderate and working workforce housing developed in this way. I support the covenants that were discussed because I believe that in both cases, it makes it very, very clear to a homeowner what they are allowed to do, and there's no room for coming back later on and saying, oh, I wasn't aware. No, you signed something and this is what you're signing up for. I hope that City Council will pay very close attention to this particular topic of making sure that at least one of the units will be restricted to support this type of income, so that we have more of this moderate and workforce housing in our community. It's a wonderful way of making that happen. Next, I also strongly agree that staff should look at adding this type of affordability language and mitigate impact development fees as part of the ordinance moving forward. I would also like to see the maximum off-street parking added if it is not there yet. I agree with Commissioner Reed when he says he'd like to see 2. I would like to see that as well, if possible, and if not, at least 1. There are areas that I believe require none at all, but I think that they need to be required even in those areas. I just say we should mitigate as much as we can, wherever possible. So I'd really like to encourage staff to look at those opportunities. Next, I appreciated Mr. Fort's comment speaking on specifically creek, top of bank, when you're looking at a creek, for example. He went very specific. I'd like to see exceptions made and opportunities not to limit development on a constricted site. So paths for hardship, flexibility, ultimately to allow as much inclusivity as possible so that we can use Senate Bill 9 as much as possible to support as much new housing as we can where acceptable and where we can support it. Next, I would like to also follow in Commissioner Higgins' footsteps with regard to the idea that we should find ways to implement the bill in high fire areas, not just to have a blanket statement that we do not do it at all. I'm very, very sensitive to the fact that there are areas that, for example, Commissioner Lodge has spoken about a number of times. I also grew up in a high fire area, been evacuated many times. My entire neighborhood burnt down in the 1990 Painted Cave fire. So I am on board with making sure that we are as safe and careful as possible, especially when it comes to human life. And secondly, when it comes to structures, property damage, and so on. But I do want to revisit the idea that if there's any chance at all for us to look at the different neighborhoods and to really make it possible for this bill to be applicable in the neighborhoods that are high fire, that can handle the density, that have less structures in such a small area like the Riviera. Completely agree. We cannot add more structures. It would not be logical or rational to do so. But there are areas that have a lot more space. And how can we find ways to potentially allow it in those areas? Now, again, we talked about it. We spoke to Ms. Ostringer and our fire chief, and it may not be allowed. But I would really like to know if we can revisit that and see the possibilities. And so the suggestion that has been discussed, I believe it was also from public comment, to have an interim ordinance. I know we've been talking about it in different ways today. I'm a big supporter of this. I understand we need an emergency ordinance. We should move this forward today as fast as we can, get it to City Council. But I hope that it is considered an emergency ordinance and an interim plan is put in place with a very clear understanding that as soon as possible, we need to be working towards a more clear and a more permanent ordinance that takes a lot of these recommendations into consideration. I strongly agree that we need public outreach to be a part of this because, as I say, each week, nearly each week, when when our community understands the information, they will be a lot more supportive of the plans that we have to move forward in different ways and make changes on different things. When someone doesn't understand, they're confused by the language, they don't see the big picture, it's a lot easier for us to simply say no. And we don't want to do that to ourselves. So it's very, very important that we do public outreach as much as possible and make sure that the public understands. And so if they do continue to disagree, that they disagree with full awareness, not because there may be a misunderstanding. And lastly, I just want to say that I also agreed with Mr. Campanella's statement about the urban lot split. It is worth coming back to PC. So I'd like to see the next version of this ordinance with time to discuss it when it comes back to Planning Commission, not to rush us through one hearing, but to have a bit of a conversation to help work together with opportunity to discuss and develop, and to make sure that in the future, after the interim ordinance is put into place, that we really, really have an opportunity to develop this properly, so staff doesn't feel rushed. I commend the efforts of trying to get this all pulled together to this extent in 30 days. That was remarkable, and it should not go without notice. But as we've all mentioned, there's more to it. I'm sure the staff would have liked to have more time to develop it as well. And so I really want to encourage supporting that effort for them to have the time needed once things slow down and we can really focus on this. This is high priority. So I just want to say that I do support the amendments as proposed, and I'm happy to move forward with this today. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hope I didn't speak too quickly. Not me.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Any other comments before I make mine? Any other thoughts? Okay. I'm going to start with some general comments and then get to the specifics before us today. It's not a new situation for us to find ourselves in where bills go to the governor's desk in late August, September for signature, and then enactment, either immediate enactment or January 1 enactment of the following year. So what comes as a surprise, although it shouldn't be a complete surprise, if we are tracking legislation that is moving forward, is those bills, or in this case, a bill that will land on our desks for urgent action. Because if we don't take immediate action of some thoughtful, meaningful way, and as Ms. Brooks said, what we find ourselves facing come January 1 is kind of a mosaic or a difficult puzzle of interpretations of the new state law, of applicants not understanding themselves how to interpret it because our own city doesn't know how to clearly and consistently interpret. We faced that with the series of new accessory dwelling unit laws that have come about since, 2017, Ms. Brooke? So we have this pressure on us that we must face. We can't just turn away and say it's too difficult. And I want to really commend staff, and I don't lightly or superficially commend staff in areas where I don't genuinely believe that the effort they've made, the product they've brought forward, isn't their best. And I truly believe this. I'm so pleased to Miss Brooke and Miss Belts and everybody else who's been a part of this, because you've really brought together references from our other regulations and other ordinances to the best of your ability with what we have to work with. So let me express a concern I have in terms of taking these ordinance amendments to the ordinance committee, council ordinance committee, which is only 3 council members, November 16th. I truly don't know how in such a short meeting that they always have, that they're going to be able to substantively, in a deeply qualitative way, make sense of the ordinance unless it's going to be a simple up or down vote. This is a very complex patchwork of amendments that has to be taken up, but we need to take some action or we're going to get into that yet again a predicament that we have found ourselves in on January 1, where if we don't take some measured action that applies some new local controls that we think mitigate and protect our city, we leave ourselves even more vulnerable. And so I'm saying something that I don't know how staff is going to address or resolve. Something has to go to ordinance. I would recommend, unlike what we have before us today, that you help the ordinance committee with some type of a structure in making in decision making, because then that's going to go on to the full council, whether it's a straw poll vote by amendment category, something like that. And whether that's on me today as chair that we didn't format today's hearing in that way, I would recommend that you help the ordinance committee in that regard. Now, in terms of high fire, several years ago, I spoke with some senior managers, senior administrators at our State Housing and Community Development Department about how they interpret high fire from a housing policy perspective. And they said, well, at this point, Deborah, with now regular droughts, with our state really being a desert that was developed and redeveloped into something that never had the water resources truly available to match the development, the whole state is almost viewed as a high fire area. So when we get to our city, this is a real challenge. We probably will never fully agree on how to define high fire. So then the question is, and I heard some of my colleagues kind of back and forth trying to express in their own ways what high fire means to them. And how do we balance that with other needs that our city has to provide housing across different socioeconomic groups and unit types and so forth. In terms of some sort of affordability covenant, I would only be supportive of moderate. We need to address what we've called the workforce missing middle, and we're just not doing enough to do that. This is a small step, but I think it could be a meaningful step. I don't know whether my recommendation to the ordinance committee would be to blanketly exclude all of the mapped high fire areas, because as some of you know from prior hearings, there are areas closer to the coastal zone that we saw on the map, and I'm not going to ask Ms. Brooke to put up the map again, that I don't view as high fire. I don't think of them as high fire. And I'm concerned about including them in a potential blanket exclusion. So I believe and I would recommend to council, just for myself, that the map be revisited. Look again more closely at the map that's in the PowerPoint today, because there's certain areas that I think for this purpose and other housing policy purposes, perhaps don't warrant being identified as high fire. Now, for other purposes, such as emergency preparation, responsiveness to health and safety threats, we may want to consider them areas of threat, but for housing regulation, I'm not sure that works. And I think we're using a very broad brush, and I'm not sure that it's the best balancing approach. So with that, I think, with 10 minutes to go or so before we're going to conclude, those are my comments. I could try to pull together pieces of what my colleagues have said, but we don't have time and there isn't the process for that. So I guess I'm going to bring it back to staff, to Mr. Busk and Ms. Brooke, to just come online and let us know with the remaining minutes kind of what you're hearing and I don't know how you're going to make sense of this wide variation of comments since we don't have a simple up or down vote on this. What would you like to say to us or ask of us, Ms. Brooke, today?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we will need a motion and a vote of some type. A recommendation to City Council on ordinance amendments does require a majority of the number of the members of Planning Commission. So we need at least 4 votes to forward something that represents the Planning Commission's recommendation to Council.
Okay.
If that helps. And I did hear your comments about maybe distinguishing between high fire hazard areas. We have the foothill and extreme foothill areas. We have the coastal interior. I don't know, going back around and talking about those 2 areas, if there's more consensus for 4 of you to agree on how to treat those areas. I did think I heard at least 4 people saying they would support some type of affordability covenant on one of the primary units. Different income levels were raised. I would tend to lean towards moderate income, but if there's strong feelings the other way, and at least 4 of you agree on a different income level, that's perfectly fine too. Those seem to be the 2 main areas I think that would be of most importance to forward to City Council. And then there were comments about trying to require as much parking as possible. That we can certainly look at again.
Ms. Brooke, did you say that you thought you heard 4 sets of comments about maybe looking at the map somewhat differently pertaining to defining high fire areas for this housing policy purpose, or am I not hearing you correctly?
I thought I heard you say something like that, but I might have misunderstood when you were referencing the different high fire hazard areas called out in the city, and that maybe they're designated that for different reasons, but maybe I misunderstood.
Well, that is my own personal opinion. I think if we were to go back to your, is that slide 14? No, not 14. I don't know what slide that is. But that's just my own opinion. And I've held this opinion for some time that I think we do need to look at areas in our city that are away from the foothills. Even if we just say across 101 or starting with our core flat areas of our city all the way over to the coastal zone. I think they should be treated differently. I've felt that way for some time, but some of my colleagues may not join me in that. So colleagues, you've heard Ms. Brooke mention 2 categories, the covenant, the income rent restricted covenant. You heard me say just my own preference would be this so-called missing middle moderate income. I think that's important. And then looking at our citywide map and what's considered high fire. So does anyone want to jump in? I only have about 5 minutes left for my participation. And maybe we need the map up if anybody's interested in pursuing that, because we're only going to have so many minutes of opportunity to get to a 4-person vote to move this to ordinance committee. Commissioner Lodge, are you on next to try to make a motion, or did you want to look at the map, or what would you like to do, Commissioner Lodge?
Well, on your concern about the different, considering the coastal high fire zones differently, we went through all of that with the wildfire plan.
Yes, we did. And I didn't agree. I'm just going to restate what some of my newer colleagues didn't hear because they weren't on the commission at that time. So it's just my own opinion, and it's an area of disagreement in terms of looking at our high fire designations, not from the perspective of defensible landscaping, vegetation, not that, but housing policy. That's where I'm going with this. But, again, I'm going to leave it to a majority. We need 4 votes. and we're getting close to a few minutes. So
Yeah,
would somebody like to try, Commissioner Higgins, I'm sorry?
No, I'm not gonna go for it, but somebody does need to try to make a motion if we need four.
Commissioner, we can, let's just do this quickly. We may need to do a few round robin motions. Commissioner Lodge, did you want to start with a motion, see where it goes?
I'll give it a try. That the planning commission move that the planning commission recommends the adoption of the proposed amendments as presented by staff today, with the addition of a provision for an affordability requirement on one of the units, and with the provision that the high fire areas be taken out of the that they be banned, the high fire areas be banned for coverage under Senate Bill 9.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion? And we need Commissioner Bonderson on screen as well. And before we go to a second, could I ask staff to please put up the map so that we are all looking at and are very clear to the motion about all of the geography in the city that's being referenced, so we don't think we understand the motion and have some differing. High fire. Anything designated high fire, staff? Okay. High fire.
You're waiting for
Okay,
a second, right?
Yeah,
Madam Chair.
now we can go to a second. With the exact motion that Commissioner Lodge just made. Okay, that fails for lack of a second. How about another motion? Vice Chair Escobedo.
I move that we approve the amendments to Title 28 and 30 as proposed today, with the addition of an affordability covenant for one of the units, one of the primary units on the lot.
Any specificity regarding affordability, how it's defined?
Moderate workforce.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any questions or discussion on Commissioner Higgins?
So your motion does not exclude high fire areas from the applicability of the ordinance, is that right?
That's correct. I mean, the question I asked Ms. Brooke earlier is that if we exclude any of these areas that are eligible for SB 9, the consequence is the property owner can sue the city and we're going to lose, and ultimately state law will prevail. So I don't see a point in excluding them.
Okay, questions, comments on the motion? We have a first and a second by Vice Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Bonderson. Do you have a question or a comment before we?
I just want to be really clear that this motion is with regard to the emergency ordinance, and it's a temporary ordinance, obviously, so that we can revisit this later. Yes?
It's an urgency ordinance. That's how it's defined, as Ms. Ostranger has described it to us.
And therefore, my question then is, when we move forward with this motion, we're requesting that staff make these recommendations and then come back with our recommendations being researched, analyzed, and potentially being proposed to us when we see them again. Is that correct?
Are you asking for process, asking about next step? Ms. Brooke can help us with that.
Thank you.
Certainly, I'll try. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Bonderson. So if a motion passes today with 4 commissioners at least forwarding a recommendation to council, we'll take that first through to ordinance committee and then package those 2 recommendations to council. We don't know what council will ultimately do. As Ms. Ostranger said, we anticipate presenting to council an ordinance that could be in effect for the long-term period, and that they would adopt an urgency ordinance that would make it effective immediately. Again, council might put a time limit on that or somehow ask us to revisit it just so long as we can get something in place before January 1st. And I welcome Ms. Ostringer to come in because I'm not sure I'm explaining it as well as she did when she mentioned the way that the urgency ordinance would work.
That's my understanding. We're not able to control whether or not this remains an emergency ordinance at council. It could become permanent. I doubt
That's
that
right.
it will, but that's up to the council.
Right, remember, November 16th, it goes to the council ordinance committee, and they will decide what happens from there. Those 3 council members will then decide, and it goes on from there in a way that we do not know at this time. We cannot predict.
So for that reason, that was my question, is because I would like to ask my fellow colleagues, would it be worth putting into the motion a recommendation for the fire hazard areas to be reviewed as part of the decision that's going to be made at City Council?
What does that mean?
To the maker of the motion, Vice Chair Escobedo.
My question would be, what would they be reviewing?
Commissioner Bonderson, what would they be reviewing?
Thank you. Well, this goes back to what Commissioner Higgins asked after the motion was made. If there's no reference to the high fire hazard areas, it just gets pushed on through as part of the overall decision. I understand Commissioner Escobedo's perspective about the legal aspect, but I also think that it's really important that we don't just not have the effort made to look at these high fire areas, since we do have a very unique community here. We have a lot of density in our mountain areas and our fire areas. How can we have some control here? Is there a way to
Let me give it a shot. I don't think I can support a recommendation for reviewing the ordinance to see if we can exclude the high fire, but how about this? If we say we add to the motion a recommendation at staff or that City Council approves the interim urgency ordinance and gives direction to staff to review the effects of the long-term effects of SB 9.
Okay, so I'm gonna move us along. Commissioners Reed and Higgins, do you have any other comments? Reed, please.
Yeah, to staff, maybe Ms. DeBusk, just a clarifying question.
Ms. DeBusk?
I have trouble making the findings to the amendments to Title 30 that being consistent with the general plan. So what's the best way to go about this, assuming that council will be making those findings, and I want to be able to provide options to them to modify the amendments? How would I do that?
Commissioner Reed, if you voted no on the motion, then you could provide commentary on why you voted no. That would be one path forward.
Okay. Do I need to restate everything I said in my deliberations? Or can that be captured in the minutes? Because it was kind of a long.
Yeah, Commissioner Reed, it was a lot. So I think you could refer to your comments, and then we would use the tape to outline those in the minutes.
Okay. And Commissioner Lodge, I just want to make sure you're aware that the motion you seconded supports SB 9 in the high fire areas.
Yeah, after listening to the conversation, I'm withdrawing my second.
Okay, we're kind of at an awkward place here at 5:06. I need to leave the meeting, as I mentioned, a little bit over, and Commissioner Bonderson has to leave at 5:30. So I'm going to excuse myself. I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chair Escobedo to continue. And in that it sounds like, well, not sounds like, Commissioner Lodge rescinded her second. It sounds like more conversation and perhaps more efforts at a successful motion is on the table. I think I've already fully expressed myself, but I would just, Vice Chair Escobedo, like to leave a closing remark, if I may, about the map that's in front of us on the screen. I have consistently over the years, and Commissioner Lodge, I think, will recall this, identified with support the extreme foothill and foothill areas as high fire. I have had questions and concerns about mapping many other areas of our city as high fire, not because of evacuation dangers or any other threats to life and safety, but for housing policy related reasons. I've discussed this over many years, and today is not the day to revisit that, but I want to express that again. This will go on beyond my term on Planning Commission, so I'm going to relinquish it to the rest of you to work through it. And so I'm going to close out my camera, and Vice Chair Escobedo, I'm going to turn it over to you to bring it to conclusion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Higgins, did you have a comment? Or?
I don't think we need 4 votes. We just need a majority. So we could get a 3-2 with the remaining 5, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if Commissioner Bonderson drops out, if we continue to struggle, we could still get by with a 3-1. Or right? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
So
Somebody else to give it a stab then, huh?
Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, Vice Chair Escobedo, just another question for Commissioner Lodge. So Commissioner Lodge, I'm with you on your motion, but I just can't make the findings for the Title 30 amendments and their consistency with the general plan. So would you be supportive of a motion that didn't that couldn't make those findings, but stated that should council make those findings, the recommendation is that SB 9 is excluded from high fire zones, and that affordability, there is that affordability requirement additionally.
Yes, I'm just concerned that the proposed amendments get sent on to the city council. And so that was why I first seconded Commissioner Escobedo's. But yeah, let's give it a try.
Okay, so I would move that I cannot make the findings to the amendments to Title 30 being consistent with the general plan. However, I would like my comments in deliberations stated under this motion that should council make the findings that Title 30 is consistent with the general plan, that SB 9 would be excluded from all fire hazard areas, and that under Title 30 there would be an affordability requirement for one of the 2 primary units, similar to Title 28.
I'll second the motion.
Commissioner Reed, did you want to put a specific income bracket for the affordability covenant?
Yeah, I would just mirror Title 28, staff's recommendation for Title 28, so low income.
Okay, thank you. And we have a second from Commissioner Lodge. Is there any discussion on the motion or questions? Commissioner Higgins?
Just so we're clear, my view, which I think is supported by math, if you want housing in accordance with this bill, you would want to widen the net to include all areas of the city, including high fire. The high fire areas have larger lots, more room in some cases. If you don't want more housing pursuant to SB 9, you would want to load up you want to encumber the the ordinance with low-income units. And I don't know that only one of the two, or what the configuration is, encumbers it to the point that they don't get built. But that's supportable by the math here, where if you're going to build something on your lot and you can't rent it out or sell it for fair market, you're not going to do it. And so that's how I look at this. I sincerely hope that this remains in an urgency ordinance at the council. I think we have really good public comment, but from one area of the city that took the time, that's more organized than others. Riviera Association took the time to vet this, and we have, I don't even know, it's like 24 out of 25 letters from the Riviera Association folks. San Marcan has not been engaged on this, nor has the other residential areas of the city. So it simply cannot, this is the kind of law, if it were to go through unencumbered with any high fire or low income, is something that could turn the city red. And I don't think our current city council is going to allow that to happen. So I can almost guarantee this is going to be urgency only, and we'll look for it to come back. So for that reason, I'm just not going to support the motion. I can't make the findings.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Bonderson, did you want to weigh in?
I feel very compelled to agree with Commissioner Higgins at the moment. I had a question before he spoke, and I'll ask it anyway. Back to Commissioner Reed, when you say that you want to keep the affordability the same between the two and it's low income, are you talking about the entire range from extreme low, low, and moderate? Or are you talking about just the low income? Or
Staff
low
would need
and,
to, yeah, Commissioner Bonderson, I guess staff would need to comment on that. I'm just going off of the presentation that stated low income. And just to make it simple, it mirrors the proposal for Title 28. They can obviously adjust that, but I think the main point is that there's an affordability component to Title 30. I just want to make it easy and just be consistent with Title 28. And in that sense, I would even add in the parking as well. But
yes.
I'd be happy to add that in if that would garner your support.
I could support it. I'm just really concerned about what Commissioner Higgins has brought up. If we want housing, we need to make it feasible to encourage people to build. And if we make it impossible to earn the rent from it and return, you know, the profits, then we're not going to have as much building as we're hoping to encourage with this. So I just wanted to mention that throughout this hearing, we keep talking about the missing middle and the moderate range, but that's why it was so specific. The importance of this is very specific. Do you want me to, I mean, I can ask staff to pop in here and let us know what the language is exactly, so we know exactly what we're talking about, so that at least we know what we're agreeing to.
Sure.
Ms. Brooke,
Ms. Brooke.
Certainly happy to, and I'll be really brief. So we specifically call out low income as the affordability level in the coastal zone because our LUP policy specifically calls out low income. If you were to ask me today what I would have otherwise recommended, I would say moderate. Again, just to help increase feasibility, and because that's the type of housing that we so far today have not been able to build through public methods.
Thank you, Ms. Brooke. Commissioner Bonderson, would you be supportive of the motion if I amended it to be moderate income?
I would be a lot more comfortable with moderate. I don't mind if it's moderate and low, but I want to make sure that we're putting a lot of attention on moderate. And also, I'd like to hear more about the parking.
Commissioner Bonderson, I'd be willing to bet you all the money in my wallet that this does not pass on a permanent basis. And the low income requirement in the motion is a kind of a de facto moratorium. So it's, and if we keep it in that, keep it in that construct, it puts the pressure at the council level later to bring it back to make it more feasible in a more reasonable way when we have all the facts and without being rushed and we have the public notice. So I would encourage you to reconsider your reconsideration.
Commissioner,
Commissioner Lodge?
oh,
Thank you, Escobedo. It's all right with me, Commissioner Reed, to make it moderate.
Okay, so I'll amend the motion to make the Title 30 at the moderate affordability requirement at the moderate income level.
Okay. And that I agree to that as a seconder.
And Commissioner Bonderson, any other questions or comments?
may I just ask my fellow commissioners, would you continue to be supportive if we discuss parking in there, or would that be a deal breaker and we just want to stop? I don't want to do anything overkill here. Following Commissioner Higgins' thoughts.
Commissioner Bonderson, I'd be supportive of the 2 parking spaces that Title 28 suggests. Commissioner Lodge, would you be supportive of that? 2 on-site parking spaces?
I could say that, but I don't see that it's necessary.
Yeah.
If that's what a majority of the commission would like, I'll go along with it.
Commissioner Bonderson, it hinges on you.
Personally, as I said before, I would like to see maximum parking possible. And I think in some sites physically, there's a constraint that you wouldn't be able to get to full parking spots. And therefore, that would obviously stop the project from moving forward. But I think that if we say maximum possible, some that aren't even required to have one might actually get 1. And some that have space for 2 would actually have 2. I think that that would be one way of doing it. I just think that we want to get cars off the street as much as possible and not to limit owners from not having one parked if we end up with somebody who has a car. Here's Ms. Brooks.
I apologize. I do want to jump in though, just so that your expectations are clear going forward, that the state law is really clear about parking, whereas it's silent on affordability. And so that's where we think we can try for it. Parking, it's just very black and white in the state law, unfortunately, in terms of 1 space required, except no spaces if you're within this. I can't see any way to find some subjectivity in there or a different way to interpret that, but so I just wanted you to be, have your expectations set that if you were to put something in the motion, we might not be able to carry that forward. So I just don't want you to be disappointed.
Commissioner Reed, maybe we just make it part of our recommendations that we spoke about earlier, and whoever's watching this will see it and hear it. I'm happy to move forward without the parking then, as you've already clarified.
Okay, so if possible, can we get a repeat of the motion before we move on to a roll call vote?
Yeah, Vice Chair. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I will repeat the motion. The Planning Commission cannot make the findings for Title 30 being consistent to the general plan. Should the council make findings that Title 30 is consistent, SB 9 be excluded under all fire areas with the addition of an affordability requirement for one of the units on the lot to be restricted to moderate income level.
And include, are those all your comments, Commissioner Reed? with,
Yep.
okay, cool.
You don't want to include that it only go on an emergency basis?
Will that get your support, Commissioner Higgins?
No.
But yeah, I agree with that. It should be only on an emergency basis. Would you be supportive of that, Commissioner Lodge?
Well, you know, it can always be returned to whatever it is. So
right.
We need to have the proposed amendments plus the affordability part in this interim urgency ordinance so that it isn't entirely just under SB 9, which is what will happen if we don't have these amendments before the end of the year.
Commissioner Lodge, if I can, you seconded a motion that would say we wouldn't put in place an interim urgency ordinance and we would default to state law, if I understood correctly.
Is that what your motion?
My motion just I'm speaking to the consistency with our general plan. So what is currently proposed is not consistent with the general plan under Title 30. Should these changes be made, I could find consistency.
Okay, well, with that, Commissioner Lodge, any other questions?
No.
Okay, with that, let's, any other questions before we do our roll call vote? All right, not seeing any. Ms. Fennessy, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll now start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Escobedo.
No, and I'd like to provide some comments if possible at the end, and you can go through.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins.
Nope.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 3-2.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. Commissioner Higgins, did you want to make comments before I went?
I don't have anything new to say. I just hope that this only goes through as an emergency and we get the chance to better provide public notice and get input from all residential neighborhoods that will be affected by this this code. So,
thank you, Commissioner Higgins. My comments are going to be that they're going to echo much of what I stated earlier. I think that to not move forward with an interim urgency ordinance as proposed today is irresponsible. It opens us up to unnecessary liability, litigation liability. It's the provisions that were added. I could support an affordability covenant, and I, in fact, very much support one for the moderate income. The parking and those sorts of things are trying to prioritize low income. Affordability covenant is just a way to prevent any sort of housing getting developed. And I think that moving forward, we really need to start thinking about how single family zoned areas can share in the responsibility of generating housing moving forward. And I think that this ordinance as written now, the effects on the high fire areas are vastly overstated. And I do support an interim urgency ordinance with the long-term ordinance coming back to Planning Commission so that we can look into it a little bit deeper. And Commissioner Higgins gives me a thumbs up. So with that, we will close out this item, and we have 4 minutes before Commissioner Bonderson's deadline. Thank you, staff, so much. I know this was a big lift. You all did an excellent job, and thank you for today's hearing. And so with that, we'll move on to the administrative agenda. Commissioner Higgins, do we have a staff hearing officer liaison report?
yep, October 20th had two items, minor modifications to If they're interior setback modification and another project with a residential distance between buildings, a modification, nothing exciting or fancy.
All right. Any other committee or liaison reports?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Bob?
Yes, something lighthearted, happy, gay, after all of this agonizing over SB 9. We don't often see what happens with projects that we approve. Back in September 2018, so it's over 3 years ago, the Planning Commission approved a rearrangement of parcels behind, well, next to the Granada Theater in the back, between it and between the Granada Garage and the mostly one-story structures that front on retail commercial functions that front on State Street. Next to that is a passageway that forever has been leading from the Granada Garage to State Street. That has forever been at night kind of a scary place. Well, this is what it looks like now. Mr. Bolton, if you could put up the Granada murals one. Here we are. This is looking back toward the Granada Garage. You can see it, the outlines of it in the background, and the Granada building itself in the rear. This is the first part of the mural that's there now. You can see the permeable paving that's there. That's how well lit it is. And then image 2, Mr. Bolton. And this is looking along the mural towards State Street. It is light. It is, I don't know, it just gives you a happy feeling walking through there. And I thought you might like to see what the end result was of that approval. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing this, Commissioner Lodge. This is fantastic.
Isn't it though?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Are we going to end on that cheery note, or do we have other liaison reports? All right. I'm not seeing any. So with that, we will adjourn this meeting at 5:29. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.